All right, see you in your stream. I will come lurk for sure, Haley. There's our +1 Kasuga Hadate. And we trade the next piece. We're going to trade. And we pulled a piece of Econdrite from that too. Heck yeah. 8 Rem's Tails. 1 Plotive. Plovid. Kasuga Sunates. There was another item. What was it? It was... I don't remember. Etched memory. It was 15 etched memories. Boom. Okay. All of my MP gear will be +1 by the end of the night. A few more sortie runs like that and it'll all be +2. Alright, I'm going to take us back to Bastock. I'm going to take myself a quick short break to use the restroom and refresh my beverage, and we'll see you guys in about 5 minutes. Please stay tuned. We'll see you shortly.
You know what's odd? If something's free, people just can't resist it. Doesn't matter what it is.
Wow, is that pink shirt free? Yeah, I need one.
But what really baffles me is that people turn down free money by not switching to Geico. Customers can save $900, you know.
Oh, free bank shirt?
Yeah, it's not quite my... excuse me, sorry, do you have this in extra small?
Nah.
Oversized is in, totally.
It feels good to find the right fit. It feels good to Geico.
Applebee's all you can eat for just $15.99. That's $15.99 for all the double crunch shrimp, boneless wings, and riblets that you can eat. That's unlimited value for $15.99. Applebee's all you can eat for $15.99.
Turn heads in the totally redesigned Subaru Outback. Dog tested, dog approved.
Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months on a new Subaru Outback.
And this is from the woman over there.
You just earned 5% cash back on that. Also, if I start a conga line, will you join?
Earn 5% cash back at different categories each quarter on up to $1,500 in purchases when you activate.
Okay, mic's plugged in. Yeah, I'm ready to go. Okay, mic's plugged in. Yeah, I'm ready to go. Okay, mic's plugged in. Yeah, I'm ready to go. Alright, I need to... Alright, I need to... Mute... All right. All right. All right. Where is that coming from? Almost ready. I need pillows. Back doesn't hurt. What am I hearing? I don't care about the favors. Your account. Okay. Put on some music. Okay. Live.
Welcome to group therapy with Above and Beyond.
Okay. Okay, Okay,
just keep on moving up while I'm young. Running in the fields of having no regrets. Memories are fading, but I don't forget.
so I need an axe.
I know it all become. Just keep on moving up while I'm young. Just keep on moving up while I'm young.
I must have found it.
Just keep on moving up while I'm young. Just keep on. Just keep on. Yeah.
Okay. So let's take some sticks and make some tools. Uh-oh. Oh, it's just the torch.
Heavy off my chest. I was fighting demons, now I put them to rest. Don't know where I'm going, I know what I've become. Just keep on moving up while I'm young. Running in the fields of having no regrets. Memories are fading, but I don't forget. Don't know where I'm going, I know what I've become. Just keep on moving up while I'm young.
Okay, so let's start cutting down some trees.
The second single from her album, Korean, Keep On Moving Up, gets us underway in sparkling form. This is Group Therapy with us, Above and Beyond. I'm your host, Tony McGuinness, and joining me tonight, Marsh, Matt Orr-Levy, Oliver Heldens, and Genix. We have a guest mix from Sonin and news, views and blues from our worldwide Anjuna family. Next up, Laura Van Dam, Harry Diamond and K-Mark with Identify.
This is Group Therapy.
Okay. Okay.
That was Art Bats featuring Brave with Humans. Coming up, Genix, Above and Beyond, Amy Wiles and A-OK. But next...
Okay.
Group therapy with Above and Beyond. Record of the week. Record of the week.
This week's Record of the Week has been an ID in Marsh's Arsenal for months now. If you caught him in the snow at Red Rocks recently, you'll recognise it immediately. One half of a 2-track EP with Hope, this is Mercy from Marsh.
Group therapy with Above and Beyond. Record of the week.
We'll do Marble Brick. I believe I have plenty. Alright. Okay. Okay, so we got okay, so I want to build up here. organic stuff. Alright, so I'm gonna start laying down this marble brick.
This is group therapy. I got lost running from nothing. Were you just as scared as me? Close my eyes, waiting for lightning, and found the color of my dreams. And now I burst to life. Never been so afraid to die. I wasn't scared until I saw your light. And now I've been waiting for this moment all my life.
Yeah, and then we'll have something down here that goes like this. Oh.
Group therapy with Above and Beyond.
And now I've been waiting for this moment all my life. And I'm falling for
Well, we'll need a lot of coal.
Genix and Jamie Bloom, the Nomad Signal remix. Rick from Sao Paulo sends love to Rams, who's about to become a mum. He knows she'll be amazing and raise a little one with endless love and trance music. Anders sends a big shout out to Jack and Chris. He's thrilled for the Echo stage and his first Above and Beyond show. Chrissy thanks Karen, Amanda and Juan for joining her at ABGT 600 and for supporting her through a tough year.
Hey, Red Pearl. Welcome on in. Okay. Oh well. Oh, we got raided. Shemshaden. Thanks for the raid. Welcome on in. And the trouble storm. Moving this. Moving things around.
Matt Levy with Astral. Thomas from California thanks Yesenia for coming from Ohio to explore Mexico City and attend ABGT 600. Reuniting after years apart was a special moment. Jeanette in Arizona wants to give a shout out to her fiancé Jimmy. They fell in love listening to Above and Beyond. She can't wait to marry you. Our guest mix tonight comes from Sonin. Before that, Simon Doty, Kaio and Albert and Sasha. Next is Oliver Heldens and Roro with Shine, remixed by Amy Wiles.
Okay, now. Uh-oh, Dave. Okay. How do I want to connect? So we're kind of going to do like Wendy's sunroom. This part right here.
That's A-OK with Signs. Echo Stage, we're excited to be back with you on December 28th to kick off the New Year celebrations. We'll be joined by our good friends Marsh and Sunrise. If you want to join us there, head to the Above and Beyond website for tickets. Next up, another track we debuted at ABGT 600 from Italy, Station to Station with SKR.
This is Group Therapy.
There's some jungle wood. Really tall. That's jungle. Almost full. Isn't there lava? Oh, I put it out. I mean, fire.
Group Therapy with Above and Beyond.
Okay. Uh-oh.
This is Group Therapy.
Pass. Okay.
Come together, feel the music.
Okay. Oh, that's not free. That is I don't want to.
Simon Doty and DJ Pierre come together. Jacob sends best wishes to his brother Ryan, who's moving to Utah for a new career. Andy and Ashley from Seattle send their love to their friend Cher, letting her know that she's never alone and deeply loved. Still to come, Ferry Corsten, Solar Stone and Farius. Next up, Kaio and Albert with Wavescape.
Let's just dump it in the river. Seeds. much glass do I have? Not a lot. Get the how do I get out of here?
Group therapy with Above and Beyond.
And I fell again. Alright, Marvel. Oh, I got plenty of sand. I got plenty of glass. Alright, let's get our floor in.
DJ's playing that tune you like. Whose round is it now? I think it's mine. New dream, come from the place where the grass ain't green. Dirty minds, but the train isn't clean. I just close my eyes and draw some flashing lights. All I do is drink. I just close my eyes and draw some flashing lights. All I do is dream. I just close my eyes and draw some flashing lights. All I do is drink. I just close my eyes and draw some flashing lights. All I do is dream. I just close my eyes and draw some flashing lights. All I do is drink. I just close my eyes, close my eyes, close my eyes, eyes. All I do is dream.
Gen X and Everyone You Know, Dream of You, remixed by Baby. Patricia sends her love and solidarity to everyone impacted by the recent flooding in Spain. She also gives a huge thanks to the first responders and volunteers, and we second that. Stephanie from Chicago shouts out her best friend Carly. She's so happy she got to share her first group therapy experience with you. Still to come, more Gen X, Philip Castle and Houseman. Next is Lev, In My Blood.
This is group therapy.
You and I were the same. Out in the fields, the lightning. There's always something to blame. For all the time it gets stuck. And when I'm caught in the weeds, it's only worse when you fight it. You know that we're just the same. To know it's enough.
Yeah, this is the vibe that I want to go for. Okay. I need more wood.
There's always something to blame for all the time it gets stuck. And when I'm caught in the weeds, only words with the fighting. You know that we're just the same. To know it's enough, and I'm about ready to dream. Inside the world we hiding. You're holding out for the change, but the time is up. It's in my blood, in my blood, in my blood.
What if we have it start? Yeah, what if we have it start at ground level so you can see the river? Yeah, let's do that. But here. I wish you could be connected.
Group therapy with Above and Beyond.
Philip Castle and Houseman with Sky Screamer. Anjuna Beats has teamed up with Lost in Light, an immersive light exhibition in London, for a special Anjuna Beats Rising takeover on December 13th. Tickets are on sale now via the Anjuna Beats website. The Anjuna Deep UK and Ireland tour kicks off this month, bringing the next wave of talent to 9 clubs across the region. We begin in Belfast and Brighton on November 22nd, followed by Bristol on November 23rd. It's a stellar lineup. For all the info and tickets, head to the Anjuna Deep website. Here's Genix and Joe Hayes with Flying, the Grisho and Miko remix.
I'm flying. When I see your eyes, lift me into summer sky. When I see your eyes.
Okay, I'm out of glass. Let's see, do I have...
You must know what I'm feeling.
Group therapy with Above
By
and
your
Beyond.
side. Lift me into summer skies. I'm flying.
So this will be where our transitional zone is going to end. I don't like that it has these. This looks like a grid. Need more.
Group therapy with Above and Beyond.
Keep falling. It's keep falling. It's
A delightful slice of classic trance from Solar Stone and Farius. That was Barton Springs. Our guest mix from Sonin is almost upon us. Before that, it's the flashback.
Group therapy flashback.
I guess I'm done. I'm out of picks. Oh, what is it? Receipt? 6 a.m. Oh, something's falling off. Okay, now. Alright, enter the word slab. Oh, wow. We have a lot of options. Wow, we have so much more options than we did in Tekkit Classic. Oh, wow. Okay. Polished granite. Concrete powder. Oh, that's actually part of Minecraft. Okay. This is very exciting.
You're listening to Group Therapy with us above and beyond. Tonight's guest mix comes from Sonin. We continue. continue.
No, I can't afford to lose. I think I'm addicted, dependent on you. Group therapy guest mix. And your love is in the groove. You make me feel different, a new attitude. 'Cause that's what you do. Yeah. That's what you do. That's what you do. Yeah. That's what you do. That's what you do.
Thanks to Sonin for tonight's guest mix. Rush is out now. That's all we have time for, my furry friends, but fear not, I'll be back next week. Same place, same time, with a guest mix from Zoya. Until then, thanks for listening. Look after each other. Bye-bye.
Group therapy with Above and Beyond.
Okay. Alright, let me put on something else. I'm gonna listen to this again. Alright, you know what? I want to go all the way out to here. I'm gonna bring that out too. Yeah, let's watch it again. It's useful information. Okay. Alright. Spruce. It's down here.
Welcome to another
There we go.
simulcast of Dial the Gate, the Stargate Oral History Project, and GateWorld.net, your complete guide to Stargate. My name is David Reed, and I am privileged, I should sit a little bit taller, to be back with Jenny Stiven of Cleo Consulting, and Darren Sumner, my partner in crime of 25 years from Gate World. How are you guys doing today? Tomorrow, the morning for you, tonight for me.
Yeah, exactly. I'm doing great.
I just got up. We're on the West Coast.
I know. I just finished
Where on
breakfast.
earth are you?
Where indeed, right? Where does it appear I am?
Yeah, what is behind you? It's pretty cool.
I am in my friend Stefan's house in Switzerland. And I am sitting in the Antarctic chair and Atlantis Atlantis control chair from the series. And yeah, it's...
Then I picked the right T-shirt.
Right?
I got all my Atlantis ships on.
How are you guys doing?
Oh, you know, cynically okay. That's the
It's
best
been a heck of a week.
Yeah.
How about that? I've been busy with the news coverage for all of this after Variety broke the news a couple of days ago that Martin Show's canceled, which is the reason we're all gathered here today.
Yes.
In addition to talking about fandom, right? What do we do as a fandom? Where do we go next? But I've been, losing sleep like you. Gutted and devastated and personally recovering, and then in the midst of all of it, trying to figure out how to cover this and how to, give fans a rallying point.
Yeah.
I saw somebody on Gate World's Discord put it, I think, perfectly yesterday, which is I did a 2-hour live stream by myself when the news broke.
I know.
Talking with fans.
That was crazy.
The way that somebody on Gate World Discord put it was Darren's live stream was like a wake, and David's video was like the eulogy.
Oh God.
Oh shit. Sorry.
No way. Seriously?
Moving forward.
God.
This is day you put it best right before we went live. This is not a sad podcast. This is not the funeral podcast.
No. We do. Ian, my buddy Ian, put it interesting the other day. He feels like the dog that caught the car.
That's a great way to put it.
There is a little bit of truth to that for sure. But we're here to be with everyone out there. We're thrilled to have you here. I put in the stream, and I will reiterate here, your thoughtful comments and passionate feedback from the announcement are welcome. Harassment, abuse, and excessive cursing will result in removal. Thank you for showing the best of this fandom. And I see that because I know that we are the best fandom out there in terms of how we are tempered in our response in compared to like a Star Trek or a Star Wars. We're pretty thoughtful and even keeled. Doesn't mean everyone is. Doesn't mean everyone's going to have to be. And that's okay. But we are, a lot of us are with military background. I think that says a lot of it. And we know how to roll with a punch. This fandom certainly does. And the three of us have been thinking about all of you these past 36 hours, 48 hours. It's not easy. But if you've been a part of fandom for a little while now, this is not our first rodeo. So we're glad that you're here. So very glad that you're here. Jenny, or Darren, do you want to, you have been covering this far more thoroughly than I am, which is one of the reasons I was surprised that we were going to share this, because you've really gotten the in and outs. I've only just touched the surface of what's been happening. Can you please recap beyond the Variety news story, because you made a nugget in today's live stream that I wasn't aware of, or today's recording, I'm grasping here, trying to figure out what it was. There was an additional piece of information, not just it doesn't necessarily fit the vision moving forward. There was something else, and I think it may have had to do with strategy. Am I getting anywhere close?
You are. The full picture, if you've read the Variety news story, which broke this again on Tuesday afternoon, you're only getting a little sliver of the picture. Gateworld did some reporting with our sources and confirmed that the news is true. Martin's show has been canceled at Amazon. But then shortly thereafter, Deadline also posted an article, and Deadline's piece digs a little deeper into some of the executive machinations at Amazon and some information about who has been involved in the project and who's there and who's not there anymore. So I would encourage everybody who is looking at that. I tried to summarize it in the news story at gateworld.net, but the piece is at deadline.com. And the short of it is, okay, so Variety gives us this piece. Variety says what their sources told them is that this cancellation happened because Amazon decided, right? Amazon, we're talking about an entity. Amazon is actually a lot of different people making decisions. But Amazon decided that Martin's show was not going to reach far enough beyond the existing fan base, something to that effect. Deadline then, right, and we all kind of called BS because we know that Martin and Joe and Brad are working on a show very deliberately.
That's right.
To honor the legacy of what's come before, but also be very accessible to new fans and casual viewers. So it didn't sit quite right. Deadline adds this piece that there's been some executive turnover. Some of the executives, specifically, they name Nick Pepper and Matt King inside Amazon MGM Studios, who were working with Martin to develop the show over a long period of time.
Yep.
The show was greenlit. Their boss, correct me if I'm wrong about any of this, Jenny, but their boss is Peter Friedlander. He started in October, and Stargate was one of the first things that he greenlit. So Stargate got the green light in November.
Yep.
And then by the early part of the year, by February or so, Matt King was gone. Nick Pepper was gone, and they were replaced, or one of them was replaced by Blair Fetter, who is now Amazon MGM Studios head of. It's this funny job title. Head of world building and genre.
Yeah.
Sort of.
And I want to say one thing, because it'll help everybody. Amazon Creative Studios is its own shingle within Amazon. It has its own profit and loss. It has its own decisions. So when anybody's reporting Amazon, it's not Jeff Bezos, it's not the e-commerce side, it is the Amazon Creative Studios, which does have autonomy to make these decisions without any input, like any studio. The silos that they've got, which were very smart, was that Amazon Creative Studios created about, oh gosh, I don't remember now, but it was just post-COVID, sci-fi fantasy, family, mystery thriller, and they actually created thematic areas where different departments focused on the scripts, the incoming shows, the incoming movies, and the fandom. It was very specifically created to focus on fandom. Somewhere between last year and now, the fandom aspect of those silos became less important. It was not an official statement. It was not something that Mike Hopkins or Peter Friedlander sent out, but it became less of the directive of those silos, unfortunately.
Yay.
Yeah, so I want to get the language right as to what Deadline has added in terms of strategy. Let's see, where's the key line here? The decision to pull the plug came late in the process. So we know that the writer's room had more or less wrapped up, and everybody was working on their scripts.
Yeah.
We know that Martin told us when we did our live stream in March that they had actually started some preliminary casting. They had started looking at some faces. So we were kind of anticipating, okay, summer casting, fall start for filming. Deadline says, quote, it was explained with the new series vision and creative direction, which allegedly no longer aligned with Amazon's programming strategy. And what I said in my video that I posted yesterday is that kind of speaks volumes to me. No longer aligned suggests that at one point it did align, right? The show was greenlit in November. It fit with Amazon's strategy.
And
then there's a bit of executive musical chairs, and now, bada bing, bada boom, it no longer fits with the strategy. That means that this is not about Martin's show. It's about the fact that the strategy inside Amazon has changed.
Which happens a lot, unfortunately, in this industry. And it's, the other thing is I highly recommend that everybody read the IGN article that quotes Joe Malazzi, who was creative consultant for the writer's room. There's a lot of misinformation right now, so I want to be incredibly careful, and we'll have to loop back when we get better sources internally. I was hoping, Darren, I told you I was hoping to talk to a source of mine who was directly working on the campaign, but she's on set for another show right now. So there's a lot of rumors even within Amazon about what's going on, because as you can imagine, there are other shows that are potentially on the block. And so there isn't a lot of clear information about the whys and the wherefores, except the Variety was very clearly what's called Marcom, or corporate communications. That was a distinctly directed media release by Amazon that went to Variety. Everything else in Deadline and IGN have been their own reporting, which I would rely on more, quite frankly. Also, The Wrap had a couple of good articles. So for anyone who wants to do a deeper dive, there's some really good information from their sources that they have internally at Amazon. It's not going to make anybody feel better, but it's just getting the right information.
Yeah.
I know a lot of you are asking questions. Please hold them until I give the word go. Darren, will you be taking questions in a little bit in your side of the chat?
Yeah, we'll be taking questions. I'm going to have a hard time keeping track of them if folks post questions now in the Gateworld chat. So again, hold your horses until we're ready to start taking questions.
We want to get them covered.
We want to get the right information out there. We want to share Jenny's expert insider analysis, but also, I think it's proper to just sort of take our temperature, how we're feeling about this. It's devastating. I'll start there, but is this a lost cause? Is this a done deal?
Personally, I'm going to say you can't ever say never. As I tweeted out, and David and Darren have been with me through 4 of these, I've been through, this will be my 5th cycle of greenlit, canceled. For
Stargate. David,
just for Stargate. And David, that doesn't even count the game. So I think...
There's 2 of those!
I mean, at least. And I do want to reassure a couple of people. Stargate is unique in many, many ways. The number of seasons, the persistence and determination of the fandom over 20 some odd years. But it is not unique in the sense that what this just went through is slightly different than norm. You don't usually get to pre-production like that. They were in pre-production in London doing location scouting and cancel, but it does happen. So this is not necessarily a lost cause, because this is not an outlier. If this was an outlier, I'd be worried. Because if this was something where I didn't see a pattern, or I didn't see something that norm in this industry, I'd be concerned, because that would mean it was something personal or something about Stargate in particular. To Deadline's article and IGN's article, this definitely was an executive management swap out, different programming strategy. Whether we agree with it or not, that leaves open the door for things to change again, depending upon executives, depending upon what can happen. I do want to be clear to the fans, because I am sure that, in fact, I've seen this a lot. Unfortunately, this is not an IP that can be purchased. Martin cannot shop this somewhere else. In the sale from MGM to Amazon, and I was there, and I've seen a lot of it, and I confirmed this week so I could be very clear. The IP in particular for the intellectual property of Stargate, in addition with Legally Blonde, RoboCop, and a couple of others, is fully owned by Amazon and cannot be purchased. It could be licensed, but as we've talked about multiple times in the past, Stargate has very complicated international contracts. So at this point in time, it has to stay with Amazon unless there is a loophole or something that I don't know about since I worked there. But that was very clearly, and I did confirm that this week with 2 internal sources legally, that it cannot be shopped around outside of Amazon at this point.
So Apple, you're saying, couldn't come along and say, we like Martin Garrow and are interested in pursuing this idea. Could we license?
They could.
They could.
They could do that. They could do that.
But
It is
the ownership would
unlikely.
stay with Amazon. And you think at this point it's unlikely that that would happen?
Well, mainly because, not that it couldn't happen, and that's why I always want to leave a door open that this is not a lost cause. But if Amazon made this decision specifically about a couple of shows, and by the way, it's not just Stargate, there are a couple of other ones, then they do have a change in strategy, in programming strategy. That's infuriating, it's a gut punch, but it doesn't mean they're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. They're not shutting down the IP. I think for most of us, if this had happened 2 years ago before Martin started this process, and we knew that this was a possibility, that it could be Martin and it could be Brad involved and Joe involved, and every single solitary person from the previous 3 shows was contacted by Martin personally, I don't think we would be as devastated, obviously. If Amazon had come forward 2 years ago and with Nick Pepper and said, hey, we're going to go in a different direction, we might have been pissed, we might have been frustrated, but we wouldn't have known any different. We would have thought, oh, okay, it's going to happen. The gut punch for all of us right now is we were led down a garden path.
It's true.
And so was Martin, for that matter.
Yeah.
And I think, while I still work in the industry, so I have to be a little careful right now to not back myself in a corner career-wise. I think that it is absolutely 100% legitimate to put together as many campaigns as possible, because as I've said multiple times, Amazon does listen to fandom. I don't know what this switch in management, I don't know if this switch in management changes that ability to pay attention to fandom. I am concerned about that.
Okay.
Yeah, we believe that fans used to matter, at least. It used to be a part of the equation. Is that still the case? As a fan, I sure feel betrayed. Because, again, if they've led us down the garden path, right, they announced a show. And let's be clear here. They announced a show after many years of different projects surfacing, trying to figure out what they were going to do with the IP. We know that they took pitches from different parties. At one point, we know that Brad had his own pilot script for a 4th show when the MGM acquisition went through that Amazon passed on. So the decision to finally give us a green light with Martin's project in November was the end of the road of a very long process of ups and downs, and maybe we'll go this way, and no, maybe we'll go this way, and this executive is getting behind this project, and it'll be a movie, and no, we're going to go do a show instead. Is it going to be on MGM Plus?
Right.
The fact that we eventually got here was a minor miracle, that we had a show that was announced.
Yeah, and announced in the canon that we wanted it to be. It's, I have to say that I'm going to praise Nick Pepper again. I think the reason it got as far as it did was 100% because of Nick Pepper and Matt. And I cannot speak to the internal decisions because I have not been part of it. I wasn't asked to be part of this new rotation. What I can speak to is that this is not unusual, that a new exec, I mean, David, you and I went through it at Fox 3 times, that you get new execs in and suddenly something you thought was going to happen doesn't happen. Just like any sports team that doesn't want to use the same coaching staff and the same plays. They want to do something different.
I have no problem with that. I have a problem with letting the horses out of the gate and then, shooting the horses.
It is absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Because we are now talking about companies that don't have an entertainment background that are now in this space that are willing to
That's not the
terminate
case in
stuff
this.
after the move ahead? Because
No,
I mean,
I would
they're
normally
in
say yes, and
development. They've
well,
announced.
I would agree with you, except Blair has an enormous amount of entertainment background. I think I absolutely agree with you. There are other cases that I could pull up for shows that friends of mine have worked on, shows that I've worked on, that were killed because the tech industry that has taken over some of the streaming and creative production didn't understand. That's not the case. Creative Studios is its own, it has almost no input from Bezos or any of the e-commerce side at all. Frankly, it's one of the few. Meta and what they want to do has an enormous amount of input from the tech side. Netflix, Ted Sarandos is an entertainment veteran, but he does get a lot of input from the tech side. In this case, my understanding is from what I read in the Deadline article is that Blair Fetter is the one who made the decision. He has an entertainment background. It has nothing to do with tech. It has everything to do with not understanding sci-fi. And that was what I was tweeting out, is that I am just gobsmacked that I am, by the way, this is not the only time I've had the argument in the past month with a studio exec, that sci-fi and sci-fi fantasy are not old news. They are not past their prime. And by the way, these are quotes. It is not a genre or a fandom that has been played out, another quote. I find the entire perception of sci-fi fantasy, I liken it as an analogy to how romance was ignored, where 25 to 45-year-old women with very deep pockets were ignored for years. And vertical dramas right now tapped into that, and it's a $150 billion market because they were smart enough to do it. The last report that I got, which was actually from Luminate and from Fanthropology on sci-fi fantasy, it is the second fastest growing purchasing power fandom behind romance.
1, 2,
Look at
3.
Project Hail Mary. Amazon MGM. That was the thing that really shocked me.
Yeah.
That this thing has been a huge success.
Yeah.
At one point, second highest performing theatrical box office, or third in this year. Amazon MGM has 95% of the flavor of Stargate. It's all about the importance of friendship and self-sacrifice, which if you look at the tentpole episodes like Lost City, like Heroes, is what those things are about. So I don't know, Darren, how much, I've seen the movie 6 times. That's really what blindsided me, to be perfectly honest. I mean, was the same thing for you at all, Darren?
You mean Project Hail Mary?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, and I'm in the boat where it's so big around here that my daughter has seen it before me.
Yeah.
I've seen it 3 times. I mean, honestly, it is insanely appropriate as a parallel, that the fact that it was Amazon Creative Studios and MGM.
That's right.
That now, and there are some parallels here that could be brought up. So there is the issue of movies versus streaming television.
Okay.
So I don't know if and this, by the way, everything I'm saying now is guessing, is extrapolating. Is there an argument between the film and the streaming, which there was before at Amazon? Is there an argument between MGM Plus and the, I'm going to call it linear, but that's not appropriate anymore, but between MGM Plus and the regular Amazon Creative Studios? I don't know. I do know that it's not lip service that the Amazon execs that I do know and trust feel that Stargate is, and I'm going to repeat the same thing they've said to me for years, a jewel in the crown.
Yep.
I think the problem is, I hate to say it, I think the problem is that Nick Pepper isn't there to guide the ship anymore. That is my opinion, is that that's what tanked it.
Yeah, and this is my question, which you can tap dance around or deflect as much as you want. Because we know people change jobs, right? People are in positions of some power inside a
Right.
TV studio, and they have a certain remit that covers certain genres or platforms. And TV shows just take a long time to get made, right? 2 years of development before it was even greenlit, and then another 2 years, Martin told us, before it was going to be ready to stream.
Mm-hmm.
When you're in a position where your job is to give a green light to a show, help to develop it and shepherd it, but then somebody moves on, I'm trying to figure out how I, as a boss, who's the one who sticks
Mhm.
around, who is the Peter Friedlander, or above him, who's
Mhm.
the Mike Hopkins, or
Right.
who's over all of Amazon television. Uh, how do you allow such a profound change in strategy from the new guy when the decision's already been made?
Somewhere in that changeover was a meeting that was a strategy meeting, and there were probably several strategy meetings. So first of all, if Nick and Matt, when they left, they didn't leave and then there was a strategy meeting. There's a shift in approach regardless, which is why the timing of this is odd and why I want to get more sources to find out what's going on. Because when someone leaves, normally the conversation has happened before. David, you and I were there at MGM when Eric Doctorow and Michael Brown, and there was a huge shift in management, and Anna Kono, and everything was put on hold. And then when Michael and Simon came back in, we were brought back in.
That's right.
But those conversations about how they were going to reapproach the strategy happened before Anna and Eric left. So I think something here isn't tracking for me in terms of what was the discussions with Peter Friedlander when he came on board, which was last year, October, right, Darren, I think?
Yeah.
What was Mike Hopkins giving Peter as a directive? Because Jen Salka had left. And Peter Friedlander is, by the way, a really big geek. So I'm not really sure, again, there's some disconnect here. And when he came in, he gave some new directions to some people. That's, it was Eric Kripke finishing out The Boys, which he wanted to.
Right.
That wasn't him being forced out.
Oh.
So how are we going to shift? What's going to happen next? Those are the conversations that happen in the fourth quarter. Normally they happen in third quarter, but Peter came on in October. So at that point, when Nick and Matt leave in January or February, there was a decision prior to them leaving. I would imagine that Martin had conversations or was having conversations, because that would be normal, where the new execs come in and say, okay, I'm new. I know Nick brought you in. I know that these shows are on the dock. I know you're so far down the road. Fill me in on what's happening. Fill me in on what's your vision,
What do
what's
you
going
find?
on. And then that exec would say, okay, here's the strategy that Peter and Mike have asked me to shift to. And that's a normal conversation. Where the disconnecting gap here is why, if Peter was so far behind, so much behind the whole show in October that he greenlit it, what shifted so drastically in January and February that Nick and Matt leave and this strategy is now radically different, 180 degrees. And again, I want to repeat, Stargate is not the only victim. So there are a couple of things that I'm going to bring up that I'm going to be very careful about. So doing some digging, and Darren, I talked to you about this. A week ago, 3 animated AI projects were greenlit at Amazon. And they were greenlit within the same silos that Stargate and a couple of other shows that got pushed. I think that whatever this programming strategy is, and again, I'm guessing, I'm going to go find out from my sources if my extrapolation is true or not, is that programming strategy shifted, unfortunately, to a quick buck in cheaper AI production. That is my conclusion. It's not a good one, but
It's not a total surprise.
I can't see any other reason to have such a radical change that you're so far down in pre-production and the money spent. If it was in any manner, shape, or form failing, I've been there. I've been on a show with Kurt Sutter, Sons of Anarchy, where we got all the way down, and even he was like, okay, this isn't working. We got to pull the plug. It's better to cut bait. Let's not spend any more money. But that's not this case. I've also been on a show where we were all the way to location scouting, and the execs changed over in a radical way, and the show got canceled, not because of programming strategy. It got canceled because they couldn't afford to do it at the rate that needed to be done for a sci-fi show. This is not what's being quoted to me. It is not about cost, unless we're talking about AI production. And it's very clearly been stated to me exactly what you heard and read, Darren, is that it's a programming strategy shift, which lays pretty much the responsibility at the feet of the people who made this decision in an executive suite, in a C-suite at Amazon and Creative Studios.
Yeah, this is a good time for a comment from Gateworld's chat. Official Siren's Cry says, no longer aligned with Amazon's programming strategy is not a reason. It's the absence of a reason wearing the costume of one.
Yes.
Right? It kind of sounds like it's a little bit more dressed up than creative differences.
Yeah.
It's just, we greenlit this show and because it fit and now it doesn't fit. So again, the strategy has changed, but it's, I mean, frankly, it's embarrassing for Amazon to do this. It's embarrassing for these executives who greenlit this thing and worked on it. And I have to wonder, I mean, if Stargate is so important, if they recognize it's important, and if they recognize that treating its fan base right is a valuable thing, that the fan base is in some sense a commodity for whatever they do, in whatever shape or form, eventually when it comes around, the built-in fan base is some sort of asset to them, then all they've done
not.
here
I think that what's very clear, Darren, I'm so sorry.
massively damage this relationship.
Yeah, and I don't mean to interrupt. I think part of my cynicism today is because I just came out of meetings this week where fandom was, and the community of fandom was ignored and dismissed again. And I genuinely think that a huge part of this gap, and to the commenter's point, programming strategy is a reason that's not a reason. It's empty. It is literally empty calories.
Yeah, it's vacuous.
It's vacuous. And I think there's several different layers here. I think the first layer is what I've described. There's no question that when someone new comes in, that the strategy changes. That's just par for the course. Like I said, the analogy for sports is exactly the same. You want your own coaching staff. You want to bring in the people that you trust. The problem with that is for everything in a entertainment studio that was already on deck, most of the time, those execs try to absorb or figure out how to shift the programming strategy to meet or to have that show meet their strategy. It is unusual to do what this has done. It's not an outlier, like I said, it's happened before. The gap is the blatant disregard, dismissal of the fans. And to use that as an excuse, not just about programming strategy, but that what Martin and the writer's room was doing, and remember, Joe was a creative consultant, so there's no question that the canon was being woven into these scripts.
Yeah.
But Martin was very clear from the outset that you can't do a new show, whatever you want to call it, without attracting new fans, period. That's just the name of the game. And if you're going to commodify fans, then you have to be able to convince the core hub and then do those concentric circles out. The three of us have done this for decades in this business, where you go for the core fan base and then you start to go and find the next concentric circle out, whatever that is, wherever those fans are. And you go to where they are. Who's your audience? Where are they? The fact that both of those things have been dismissed egregiously is concerning, to say the least. I think that there is a contradiction in terms. We want all the fans, but we want the fans our way.
Yeah.
Yes, very much.
And they'll
so.
show up, and they'll open their wallets, and they'll pay for what we give them.
It is a conversation I had with a Warner Brothers exec 2 years ago, and David knows this story. I was working with them on a potential pitch for all of the DC universe and a presentation. And I was heavily talking about the fandom. And they had just done their whatever fandomonium, whatever it was for the DC universe that they did just post-COVID. And the proposal was to link the whole DC universe, the TV universe, the movies within a fandom community, so we could have a DC universe conversation, forum, community, the whole bit, and have original content. And very cool pitch. It was done by an amazing creative agency here in town. And the exec blatantly said, laughingly, Jen, why do I have to worry about this? If we build it, they will come. It's 65 million fans. Why do I care? And that was the quote. And I just was blown, and I said, because you want a relationship. I mean, you look at any other industry in the world, customer relationship management is literally an MBA doctorate you can get. Why would you not do the same for fandom? Why would you not build a relationship? If you want to commodify, to use your word, the fandom, to get them to pay more money, to come back and pay more money, to buy the merch, to do what you want to do, you look at Disney. Disney, with, let's be honest, ups and downs recently, certainly knew how to build a relationship with fans. And Warner Brothers was 100% about, nope, if we build it, they'll come. I'm not worried. And that's what this strikes me. They don't care about Amazon Creative Studios currently, in my opinion, doesn't care about whether or not it fits TV canon or the movie canon or the fandom. Whoever's making these decisions, and in my opinion, from what I've read and from what I've heard, all they care about is leveraging the IP, because that's the quote I got.
So brass tacks here. We're talking about more than likely starting blank slate, so that they can reach a larger audience from the get-go and have less cones to have to push out of the way of this semi-truck that they're going to reintroduce everything with.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm not sure, again, as soon as I get more sources, I will come back to you guys and I will let you know for sure. But considering the meetings I've had in the past couple of weeks where that has been a theme, I don't think I'm that far off. The reasoning may be different, but the gap is, well, obviously we know the gap is there because they were quoted as saying it. They were quoted as saying that they didn't think that this existing fan base was enough, and that Martin was and this is the part that kills me, in essence, writing a show that was fan service. I mean, what the hell? It could not have been farther from the truth. And that I know for a fact. Everything that he was writing, all of the episodes, the arcs, the story arc, was based on a foundation of the TV universe and then expanded in a really cool way beyond that. So the excuse, the lip service, is puzzling to me. And that's where I want to get to, okay, what's the real reason? Because then that helps us as fans and execs in this industry to say, no, we do want this. Please don't go down this road. Listen to us. We do know what we're talking about. Until I know where that gap, the why it feels so off, I don't know necessarily what the answer is, other than, for fans, other than doing exactly what's happening right now. Exactly the right thing. The petitions, the calling them out, the boycotting. It works. More than anybody else, it works with Amazon. Netflix, I gotta be honest, you pull this with Netflix, it's kind of below their interest. Amazon does pay attention to this, ironically. It's somewhat hypocritically right now, they do pay attention to it. I think that the opportunity to, and I normally don't say this, scream loudly that this is not right, that this is not the conclusion, that the fan base beyond that core is there, has to be proven. It can't just be us that are signing petitions. We need to get other sci-fi fans to say, I'm a huge Boys fan, I'm a huge Invincible fan. this sounded fascinating to me. I already saw several, Darren and David, on your tweets who said, I've never even watched it, but this fan base popped up in my feed on Threads and Twitter. I'm fascinated by this. We need to get more people like that
There's
to
so
sign
many
the
folks
petition.
that I have been exposed to recently. I'm sure Darren is the same. That we're finally like, I've been a sci-fi fan all my life. I've not taken time for this one. I'm going to take time for this one now because this one's on its way, and I want to be ready. I've lost count of the number of folks who are who cover entertainment media, and they were, Robert Meyer Burnett is the one that I'm thinking of off the top of my head.
Yeah,
and he's ready to rock and roll on this, and
and it's IGN. I think Den of Geek's going to write an article too, because I reached out to them, and I know Comics Beat is going to write an article. I think IGN's article was probably the one that maybe laughed the hardest, because what they were doing was, in essence, taking a shot across the bow, and I thought it was pretty ballsy, and I appreciated that they did it. It was obviously the guy was a fan. I think that it's really important for us to reemphasize that what Martin was writing was not going to require people to go watch 17 seasons.
Right.
385 episodes, or whatever it is. I should know that by heart by now. And 3 movies. What was required was for us as a fan base to motivate others that are friends of ours that watch other sci-fi, whether it was The Expanse or The Boys or whatever it was, to come and watch this. And that was happening, as is evidenced by the people that have come on and said, geez, I didn't even know this. Oh my gosh. That's what I think was missing. And here's where I'm going to go back to whatever happened to the focus in these silos at Amazon Creative Studios to focus on the fandom. They lost their way, because that's your audience, and audience development is just the base. I mean, I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, but audience development is how you get people to watch your show.
Yeah, this is what you do for a living, right? You're a pro when it comes to fan engagement and audience development. I just want to make the point that this is new. Like, for years, we've been told Amazon has been, right, by and large, pro fan. That they've been interested in sort of, how do we, we got a show like The Boys or Invincible. How do we find the right people, take it to the fans, speak their language, meet them where they're at, listen to them? That seems to have changed.
I agree. And that seems to have changed in fourth quarter, first quarter this year. Although I will say there was a friend of mine did get laid off in the sci-fi fantasy silo, who was in charge of all fandom last year. So I don't know if this was part of that strategy turn. I think, again, I'm extrapolating, but what comes across is the commodification took a leap forward, where it's leaving the actual fan relationship and fan engagement behind, and it's just going to the, if we build it, they will come, and then we're going to leverage the hell out of them, and we're going to squeeze every dime we can. And I'm a bit shocked by that, because that's not Peter Friedlander. That's certainly not how he's done shows in the past. So I'm hoping that what can happen here is that there's enough of a fandom outcry that it reaches Peter's ears, Mike Hopkins' ears, and it is, oh, wait a minute. Okay, we might be changing our strategy, but this was not the right direction.
That's my hope.
I mean, it's not too late. It definitely is not too late.
And it can only be achieved through a sincere, measured approach if you want a positive change. If you go at this, folks, with a scorched earth mindset, stick and carrot, guys.
It won't work. It won't work. They don't care. Because then all they do is they say, oh, it's a toxic fandom. And unfortunately,
I wouldn't want to create content for that person either.
Well, and it proves their point now. So again, the goal here is get friends of yours who you were probably already talking to about this and how excited we were. Get them who are sci-fi fans, who are fans of other Amazon shows. Get them. That's what I'm going to be doing. What I'm going to be doing over the next week is I'm working with a really good friend of mine, David, who used to be at Think Jam, Lou, and see if we can't put together a bit of a viral campaign that reaches fans of Amazon shows who would have supported this.
Yeah.
So I'll try to put that together this week. I don't know, in the middle of the regular job. But I think, to your point, David, you can be upset. Everybody deserves to be angry. It is a horrible gut punch. I can't even imagine.
We're not
how
saying not to be
Martin
upset.
feels. But to your point, we can't come at it with scorched earth and pitchforks, because then, unfortunately, it like I said, it just proves her point.
I want to bring in the event that happened this weekend and how that may play a part in what might happen next. Darren, should we open the gates to questions first, or should I bring that up first? What are your thoughts?
Let's talk about what you guys were doing this past weekend and where that might go. But
It's super positive.
yeah, it's really positive. I'm excited to share this with people who haven't seen it yet. You had an amazing time. I'm so glad that you were there and that you've been able to lend support to the children of MacGyver the way that you have. Yeah, I want to keep us kind of between the guardrails of positive fandom and what can we do
Constructive.
next.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. Well, let me pull up the image here so that folks can see for themselves. Everyone's going to have to forgive me because I'm operating on a little bitty laptop here, and everything is kind of backward. This is EMG. This is the team that created a 1/1 scale artisan level Milky Way Stargate replica.
Woohoo!
It is accurate down to the non-symmetrical pyramid and sun rising above it. Gate symbol glyph on the original Stargate itself, which I did not realize it, but they proved it to me at the event. It is not symmetrical.
I love it.
And it's got some angle problems on its feet. That is how accurate this thing is. And Richard
That's
Anderson
awesome.
himself came over twice and acknowledged the fandom.
Oh, that's so cool.
So cool of Rick. My buddy Ian, it was one of the people who chiefly made this particular event possible. He wanted this one to happen. Guantang is the president of the club. He has been working on this Stargate variations on it for over 12 to 13 years now.
12 years, right? At least.
It comes together and apart like Legos. I mean, it's Swiss, so that makes sense. And it's it's like a carnival ride. And next, they're going to make it spin.
It's so
I'm a
cool.
general. I want.
Who does that?
It's so amazing.
That's up there
And
with the bridge in Ticonderoga, the TOS
Right.
bridge. I can't
Right. And
think of anything.
These guys have been doing this. Talk about persistence and determination. These guys have been working on this since I was working on Stargate. So
Yep.
it's crazy
Yeah.
to me. It's amazing.
It's so phenomenal. I'm
Yeah.
just blown away.
No,
I'm glad you're able to be there in person.
I'm thrilled to be here for them. At M. Joe Angelini, MacGyver's Children, made in France. No, but it's Swiss. To that end, I
So it'll
think
occasionally breaks down, but it keeps perfect time.
that's wow. Well, they've 3D printed half the stuff in it, and these parts that they've custom created. I think that we are in a position now that it is ready to be presented. I think that we are in a position to leverage this thing. I think that what we should do, and I'm already in a preliminary conversation with Q about this to see if he would be interested in bringing it. It costs 13 grand to put this thing up. I think we should take it to Paris, where there's a huge number of Stargate fans. The number of folks at this particular event who came from Paris to Metz for this, event was enormous.
Yeah.
Nice.
And Amazon has a Prime Center there. And
yeah,
I think that we could show them, I sincerely believe, how positive and joyous this fan base is, and how much we are still prepared to support them if they can just move forward and with something that will recognize us.
And reaches other fans, because by doing this,
Yes.
you are in essence creating, I mean, in a very difficult way, a viral campaign that reaches other fans.
Yeah.
And I think if we did an outreach to other sci-fi fans who are in the area in Paris, of which there are, Amazon has a ton in France.
And their offices
and
are just a couple of kilometers from the Eiffel Tower. We've
and
already
Germany.
Yeah, this is true. In my chat and in Darren's chat, if you guys would be interested in financially assisting with making this happen in the near future, could you please put a 1 if yes and a 0 if no? Even in a small way, if this is remotely of interest to you, because I don't think it's a coincidence. It may be a flash in the pan. I don't think it's a coincidence that this thing is done now. And regardless, I'm not expecting this thing to move a needle. But I do want us to have a true north that we can center ourselves on with something that is constructive and positive, that still shows that we are a united fandom, that shows that we have something that we want to contribute to the larger sci-fi community that is a positive thing.
Yep.
Because we need that now more than ever. You know, this timeline kind of sucks sometimes, but I think we can really make a positive impact.
And again, going back to what you have both, well, the reason why we're friends is that, as cliched as it is, I have best friends in the Stargate family that are 100% because of Stargate. And not just because I worked on it, but because I was a fan of it. So
and lead very different kinds of lives.
Oh, Lord, yeah. I mean, we're all over the place. That's the best part, is that it's, there was a Stargate fan who I had not met, and she's younger, who I just followed on Twitter. I think it's Emerald May, but she wrote a very eloquent, very short essay on Twitter about why Stargate works. And she's probably in her 20s. And it is, and it's about the world that it opens up, literally and figuratively, for everybody. And it doesn't matter what walk of life you're from, what your beliefs are, who you are. No. If you love Stargate, that's it. You're into it. And that is also what they were writing about. And that was what Martin was going to expand on. That was a very, very human theme of, you know, we're all together. We're human. We're all on one earth. Come on, guys. This is, you know, we should be together on this. That would have been something I think is needed desperately right now. And that is probably one of the biggest reasons why I'm just gut punched, is that if there's a show that we needed, this is it right now.
Yeah. Darren, you're not
Joshua
watching
Alexander in Gabriel's chat says, Joshua Alexander in Gabriel's chat says reach out to Dragon Con, which seems like a good event for the Stargate to be at. But the Stargates in Europe right now, I imagine it's a lot more than $12,000.
Yeah, it'll be considerably more with the waves and all.
David, what about your friend that we had at Chicago in 2019 that you bought the top of the Stargate from?
The top of the Stargate? Oh, you mean a segment of the Stargate?
A segment of the Stargate.
Yeah. Oh, they're loaded, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, what if we got them to Dragon Con? I can call up some of the programmers there.
To have them pay for the Stargate to bring it out?
Mm-hmm.
It's certainly doable. Once the gate's over there, they're probably going to want to keep it there for a while. I know that Q and his team want to do at some point an American tour of it. I don't know if August is going to be it though. So
well, that makes sense. But there's got to be people that we know that are doing or have done something that could be brought to Dragon Con. Definitely, I'll look into that. Kelly and I can look into that.
But I don't
for
want to
sure.
skip over the idea of leveraging the Parisians and all the Franks in this. The French.
It could be.
I've said this before. I'll say
two
it again.
videos.
I don't know what's in the water over there, but over here,
Could be
but
two
they
videos.
love themselves some paramilitary American sci-fi. So, you cannot underestimate this particular chunk of the fandom.
Well, I'm going to go back to what the three of us worked on for years and years and years, and why I know that there are certain fans that are probably on right now that are going to laugh at this. The international global market is bigger than the domestic one.
That's
period.
correct.
And Amazon will pay a lot of attention to a global, and this is why I asked the guys that started the petition to make sure that it's a global petition, because they're going to pay a lot more attention if we have a lot of global, to your point, David, outreach, viral campaigns, noise from those fans, because this was one of these few times that Amazon was going to, and MGM unfortunately never got this right, where Amazon was going to get it right, where this was going to open in territories simultaneously to domestic. And for those of you who were with us when we were working on Stargate Command, that was the biggest problem, is that we could never get it to the territories it should get to. And this, in general, is by far, while domestic is important, the international audience is weighted more heavily on that scale by Amazon. So.
Okay. Darren, are there any particular campaigns that you think that I should be putting on the screen here? Jenny, can you? There you go.
Yeah, sorry.
That's all good. Darren, is there any in particular? I believe there's SaveStargate.com. Should I bring it up?
Let me see here. I've seen a lot of things, of course, out and about over the last couple of days. Fans are amazing about jumping straight into it with launching petitions and campaigns, and the idea of sending tissue boxes in the vein of Children of the Gods has come up again. That's been a campaign many times in the history of Stargate. Somebody has a GoFundMe going to fly a Save Stargate banner over Amazon headquarters. And then I've seen at least 4 petitions in the last 2 days. So what I kind of want us to do here is, first of all, Jenny, what's going to be effective? And how do we focus on one thing, right? Instead of 4 petitions, how do we figure out, one petition?
Yeah.
Is it writing physical letters these days? Is it? I'm always wary about online petitions because I feel like they're ineffective. They're a dime a dozen. People don't pay attention. Studios don't pay attention. But maybe that's wrong. And then I'm also always a little wary of something that is raising money, right? That's asking people to donate to something or purchase something.
Yeah. I love the guy's idea about flying the banner, and good on him. I just, from a career standpoint, I can't advocate for that because I can't, in the business that I'm in, I can't advocate for fans to donate money to something. But I will say I think that idea is hilarious. The petitions work, and they work with studios dependent upon how fractured or not fractured they are. So I'm going to repeat what I said on Twitter.
That's right.
I wish that I could be the person to coordinate this and pull this together. I can't. There needs to be, if it's the 2 of you, there needs to be one global petition. So the 4 that have started need to communicate with each other, get together. Pride needs to be put aside. If you were the first one or the one with the most signatures, I got to be honest, that's just not important. What's important is that there's one global petition. The second thing that's incredibly important is writing letters, whether it's emails or physical letters, and addressing the specific execs who were making these decisions is crucial. However, you need to go above their head. So you need to be addressing this to Peter Friedlander. Whatever you're doing, he's the decision maker. He's the one. Mike Hopkins is his boss at Amazon Creative Studios, but Mike would defer to his division chiefs. Peter Friedlander is the decision maker.
Not Blair then, because Michael Shanks was sending out a post about Blair.
It sounds like it's time to go over Blair's head.
I'm saying go over Blair's head. Michael's not wrong at all, but you got to go over his head. And and it's got to be done smart so that, again, David and Darren, to both of your points, this can't be, I hate Amazon, or, you guys suck. I mean, trust me, I wish I could write that, but that is not going to make any kind of impact.
Yeah.
This has to be an argument that disproves not only the Marcom corporate communications, which was that it was only going to appeal to the fan base, but that it also disproves the fact that this was going to have a limited expanded audience. You need to disprove those two facts, and that's very easily done. In your petitions, in the letters, in the phone calls, whatever you want to do, any of the online, all four of those work. Because imagine if you're Peter Friedlander and you're getting bombarded by your social media team, which he has one in his division, saying, oh my God, I mean, again, it just grew by another 5,000 people online. Then you have a petition that's being called out. Then you're getting phone calls. Then you're getting emails. And then, I mean, there's a certain point at which the exec just says, okay, enough, I got to figure out what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It is worth it
that's
for
helpful.
that reason. And it has to be in a way where he doesn't, because if I'm that exec and I'm being bombarded, and the biggest number that I'm being bombarded by is approximately 10,000, it's the same 10,000 over and over again. And they're just saying, sorry, the call keeps coming in. Sorry about
It's all right.
that all I'm hearing is, this is wrong, I hate Amazon. That's not going to convince me.
No, it's just noise.
That's just, in fact, that's just going to make me say, yeah, that's why I made this decision. You guys were it. That's great, and I appreciate your passion, but it doesn't change my mind. We have to change the perception. What I'm going to try to find out is what consumer insights led them to believe that this was not going to appeal beyond the core fan base. So I'm going to try to find out from the industry side, what was the research that was presented? Because I guarantee you there was data that was presented. So there has to be a discounted argument of why that's not true. The other part of it is that we need to get other creatives to back up Martin. So we need to have others who trust Martin, not just Joe and Brad. I mean, as great as they are, unfortunately, that just proves the point again. You need execs from other shows. Like if I could get Eric Kripke to come to Martin's defense, that makes a difference. Because is he going to bring his boys' audience to this? So
like Ronald Moore.
Exactly. So you want to, anybody that you guys know that are IGN, Den of Geek, press. So this is the last step. When you can get press to go interview like-minded creatives in the sci-fi space to say, I would have watched this show, that makes a difference.
Okay.
They pay attention.
Yeah, that's helpful.
And bringing everyone in.
So it sounds like we gotta get a little more information. We gotta get clear on the messaging, and then I'm ready to throw Gateworld behind a focused, concentrated effort.
Same.
That is let's figure out one petition. Let's figure out a letter writing campaign. If it's phone calls, again, social media. All these different pieces are important.
And do what you can. I mean, honestly, it's not everybody has the time. We've all got jobs. We've all got things we have to pay attention to. So pick one thing. Don't try to feel, I mean, the three of us can do more than one thing, but as talking to the audience, pick one thing that you know you can spend time on and do it. If you've got an account, like I'm calling out Nicole, if you have an account that has thousands of followers, focus on that. Use your account as leverage. Pull in other influencers. That's what I'm saying, is that it has to be focused and it has to be an argument that they'll hear. So if you have even a small following, but that following is not diehard Stargate fans, bring forward the argument that your account was going to lift up Stargate for people that had never heard of it, thereby proving that this was expansion beyond the core fan base.
Okay.
And yeah, David, we have a couple of fan sites that have already popped up, SaveStargate.com and SaveTheGate.com. We're in contact with one or both of those organizers, so hopefully we can get everybody rowing in the same direction.
And
in
there's
terms
some
of messaging and
substantial
strategy.
podcasts that we all know, and obviously we'll reach out to them.
Yeah, I've already heard from lots of folks, right? People who are doing the GoFundMe, who are signing petitions, creating new petitions. The Get Into Gate guys
Yeah.
are looking at doing some kind of let's draw attention to this project on YouTube. So there's lots of energy right now. It's time to strike while the iron's hot.
Well, and Get in the Gate guys, Sidetrack, all those guys, interview people outside this fandom. Interview other creatives. You guys have been interviewing people in other sci-fi shows. Bring those guys in and say, women in, people in, to say, oh, I was going to watch it. I love Martin's shows. I love Martin's writing. These guys all know each other. So some of them won't commit because it could shoot themselves in the foot with Amazon, and I get that. But you might get some execs who are of other shows who will support it and say, I was going to watch it. I was going to try to bring my fan base to this. That will resonate with Amazon.
Yeah.
And it has to be to Peter Friedlander. It can't be to Blair. Blair's made his decision. And he will, as many execs, dig in his heels to prove that his decision was the right one. I get that. But we have to prove otherwise.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not going to change his mind. I think it's more likely that his boss is going to
That's right.
understand that this was not the right call.
And I'm sure Blair
thinking
made the
of
decision based on some data, and that's what I have to go find is what was that data?
What was that data? But, folks are bringing up in the chat that other creators like Ron Moore are also currently developing shows for Amazon. I think
Yeah,
that
it's
the
going to be
body of wrestling
problematic.
on video.
Yeah,
So that's got to motivate those other fandoms, right? If you're excited about God of War, if you're excited about this new project, if you're a Battlestar fan and are just excited about Ron Moore's next show, this ought to matter to you.
Yeah.
Because working under these conditions in sci-fi and fantasy is a risky place to be.
And it shouldn't be. And I hate to say it, but if there's any questions, I got to hop in about 10 minutes.
Okay, guys. Go
Yeah, let's do
ahead
it.
and if you have a question that Jenny or the two of us can play with, go ahead and drop them in the chats now, and we'll.
I
go
would
ahead and
stay
talk.
forever and talk with you guys
No,
about it.
of course. Yeah, you got 10 minutes. We got it. Got the deal.
Well,
sorry.
until David has to go to bed, we can keep going for a little bit after you have
Poor
to hop
David.
off.
He falls asleep on me.
I want to pull this in first if I can, David. Mark V2U8E asks us, have you guys talked to Martin, or could he be open to a stream where he gives more details if he can? Is there any rumor confirmation of a new showrunner or a reboot? What can we say about where Martin is at right now and his ability to someday answer questions?
He's under
From what
NDA.
I know, yeah, from what I know, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's under NDA, which that's standard. That was not unusual. And then he also has a standing deal with Amazon.
Yeah.
So I
Develop
think
new
he,
stuff.
yeah, I think he's in a really tough place. I would say we don't bug Martin, because if I were him, and I know a lot of showrunners who have been through this, there needs to be a decompression and a step back and reassess period of time. And hasn't even been a week for him since he found out.
It's got to be so raw.
It's got to be so raw. And I don't know what it was, but either he was on his way in a couple of weeks or months to London, days, I don't know. So there's all kinds of decompression that has to happen there. There are no rumors, this I do know for a fact, there are no rumors of a new showrunner. There are, or even what the new direction would be.
Yeah.
There are absolutely rampant rumors about what do they want it to be. And when I say they, Blair or whomever was making these decisions, but they're all rumors. There is zero backup facts on anything that's going out there. So if you guys hear something, even if it's through, I was at an event yesterday, there was a CAA guy there. I don't care who you hear the rumors from, none of it is validated, and you cannot depend on any of it. Even if it's something that we think is in our favor, it's been less than a week. So today's Thursday, right? Yeah, it's been still less than a week. So that not just that they made the announcement, but internally it was made on last Friday. So I would say let us do some homework on that and see who we can find. We can do, and there's other podcast journalists who have access to good sources internally. Let's find out what is being discussed. I think that there's going to be a bit of a scramble, at least that's what I'm hearing internally, seeing the blowback from this. So I would say don't count on any rumors that you hear.
All right. Let's see here.
David, what questions are you seeing over on Dialgate?
I didn't have things set up for my guys now. Guys, I'm in 449. So go ahead, and if you want to go ahead and look in there now. Let me have a look here. Matt Hall, 1934. David, Darren, Jenny, I just want to thank you all for your service to the fandom. Love from a rainy London.
You bet.
There's talk about Momoa and Flanagan's influence. I know that they were wanting to do something, but they were really wanting to take it in a specific direction.
Yeah, and again, it could be cool, but it doesn't matter if Amazon isn't going to allow licensing of the IP. And
that's it. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it wouldn't go to them for a variety of reasons.
Yeah. So the petition website, Robert 92607 is asking. That's SaveTheGate.com. I tried SaveStargate.com and it didn't go anywhere. SaveTheGate.com was working for me.
Yeah. And there's a change.org petition, but again, we need to combine these.
Yep.
Because it's very hard to tell where we have overlap or if those are unique. I doubt they're unique. I think we have overlap. I think we could say there's approximately 10,000 total that are unique, which is a good number. But we need to get above 50,000 for them to pay attention.
Okay. Noted. That's the magic number then. I think we've got that. The number of large YouTube channels that I wasn't even aware that these folks were Stargate fans. That started to post about this when the announcement was made that it was canceled. They didn't say anything when it was announced. And so they were anticipating, and then it got pulled out from under them, and now they're pissed. Has been really staggering. Some of them are 1.5 mil.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think there's any reason we can't reach. I mean, honestly, if we could reach over 100,000, that would be prime.
Yeah. Ibreck, could Devlin and Emmerich use the U.S. 35-year copyright termination right, 17 U.S.C. subsection 203, to reclaim Stargate film rights and pressure Amazon into continuing Martin's project?
No, it's a great question. I've been through that, jumped through those hoops with MGM and Lionsgate before. There's two issues going on there. It is different canon, that being the primary issue.
Yep.
The secondary is that was separated years ago. When Amazon bought MGM, I mean, you guys all know, different versions of Roland and Dean were brought back in 2017 when David and I were working over there. They were brought back in 2012. There's lots of versions of this, but when Amazon bought MGM, that to all intents and purposes severed that connection regardless of the copyright. The copyright now refers only to the movie rights. And even that is complicated. Roland and Dean could certainly come back in and do something for or with the movie, maybe. I think they own the majority of the IP, but the distribution rights and the production rights are a bit of a legal mess. And Amazon won't touch that with a 10-foot pole. But what I think you're asking is, would they do something separately since they do own the IP? Unfortunately, legally, I don't think they can because they still have to work within the Amazon distribution structure. But I can look it up. I'll get back to you guys about it because I'd be interested. I reached out to Dean. So I'll get back to you guys and see if I can't get a more specific, less interpretation, because that's just my interpretation of when the contracts were signed in 2020 or 2021. But I will try to find out more information on that.
Yeah, well, Dean has also commented on this on Frakes and Spiner's podcast recently, And the impression that I got from that conversation was that if it was recent or a few years ago, Amazon's effectively bought them out of that that sort of 35-year copyright license.
That was my understanding, but I do want to double check that because the legal audit that happened in 2020 for that was insane. And Lionsgate held on to some distribution, and then Roland held on to some percentage. So it's very complicated. I know that Amazon did buy out the distribution, Darren, the 35 years, but I'm not sure they bought the IP because Roland and Devin and Dean came back a year ago. So there's some loophole. So I will go find out what that is and get back to you guys on it.
Okay. I love me V. Question for Jenny. I'm a watcher of other Amazon shows, and I feel like they're trying really heavily to get away from genre TV and instead really leaning into YA, young adult romance shows. Do you see that happening as well?
I do.
We kind of already touched on it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think that is unusual across the board, frankly. I think that it depends on what the algorithm is serving you on your Prime menu. So in terms of what the creative studios are developing, like I said earlier, there is this weird perception that sci-fi fantasy has passed its prime, or is the other quote played out, like I said earlier. But everything goes in cycles, and there's nothing that an executive will change faster than their mind if a fandom proves that they're there to spend money on something they thought had been played out. So you're not wrong. It is definitely a push. And let's be honest, there is a baton handing off to younger millennials and Gen Z right now, rightly so. I think this gets in a bigger conversation, and we should talk about this again, because I think I didn't get into this because it is a very deep hole that the industry as a whole, the studio system, of which Amazon would love to consider that it is a rebel. It's not. It's part of the studio system. It is a traditional media now. They are in a tailspin. So the studio system in general is, and I'm going to use a very old term, freaking out about how to reach Gen Z audiences. And the main argument right now is, do they want to be in theaters? Do they want to be on their phone? Do they want to be watching at home? And there are very legitimate reports that are saying where that audience is that is being ignored by the studio system because they're panicked. So I think, to your question, it makes sense to prove to them again, we're here. There is still a sci-fi fantasy audience. We are not played out. Both things can be true. We can be interested in YA romance. We can be interested in YA horror. I mean, look at Backrooms and Obsession. It just proves there's a bigger audience there. We have the largest. Yeah, we've had the largest audience population-wide, domestically and internationally, ever. Are you telling me that there's not a big sci-fi fantasy group there? That would be a really shoot yourself in the foot decision. And I don't, again, I got to go find out what data was proving this to them, because that's certainly not what I'm reading. And both those things can be true. We've got enough people to cover both. Or, hey, here's a concept. I'm a woman. I like both. I play video games. I like sci-fi fantasy. I like romance.
And you spend money on it.
And I spend a lot of money on it. Too much money, probably.
Before we lose you, a couple more questions. Riley Sharkey Reese wants to know, how does Jenny feel about mailing campaigns with tissue boxes or Fruit Loops referencing the pilot and window of opportunity?
I think they're great, honestly. I still think old school works.
That still gets attention?
It gets attention. Look, anything that's going to get attention, let's say it doesn't make it to the exec, it only makes it to the Amazon mailroom. Funnily enough, there is still such a thing. It will get a viral campaign. It'll get a journalist interested. It'll get somebody paying attention. It'll get another exec at Amazon going, what is going on? Why is there a bag of tissue and Fruit Loops by this guy's desk? If no other reason, it may not change the mind or move the needle of the execs that made this decision, but it would get a journalist interested. and that's worth it.
Yep.
Or an influencer. Honestly, guys, I cannot emphasize enough getting influencers within sci-fi fantasy interested in this. Talk to them, reach out to them. If you follow an influencer and you're a fan and you feel like you can get in their DMs and talk to them about it, do it. They're going to have far, far, far more impact than anything else.
Okay. Jenny, thank you.
Yeah,
As always.
you bet. You bet. Absolutely. Don't despair, guys.
Don't
There is
despair.
always hope. There's always hope. And a decision made by one guy that is counter to what the decision was for 2 years, it indicates to me that there's an opportunity to switch that back.
Okay.
So
We'll get to work.
I hope
love
so.
you guys. Bye, everybody. Thank you for having me. And as always, keep the gate open. Love you guys.
Make good ripples.
Make good ripples.
Darren, you here with me for a little bit? A few minutes at least?
I am. I'm just fighting my cough.
Let me reconfigure this thing here. Give me just a second. Hang on, guys. Let me reconfigure my screen. Appreciate everyone's patience here while he hacks up another lung. Yeesh. I don't know what that is, but I don't want some. Right here, just a second. That was it was Jenny Stiven of Clio Consulting. That was really exceptional, and she is the one that I go to for a lot of this. We've been Darren and I have been with Jenny for a while now, and doing these State of the Gates. People keep on asking me, they didn't come at the beginning, what is this in the background? I'm at my buddy Stefan's house in Sweden, and he owns like a quarter of what was at Bridge Studios, so hence. So yes, it's all real. No, it's not a fake screen. So Darren, do you have? I have a couple of questions that you and I can answer. Do you have? Goodness, my goodness, and he'll huff and he'll. Well, you know what? Let's just let him blow his house down. The thing that blows me away is like Jenny said with the 20-year-old who wrote that what sounded like basically an op-ed. There is a huge interest from young fans in new sci-fi content. I'm going to go back again to Project Hail Mary, and I really hope my friend Hannah does not mind me sharing this. But I have some friends, and they have a 4-year-old named Wes, and he was mesmerized by Rocky. And the first thing that we showed him was the scene where Grace explains to Rocky what happened to his girlfriend, and now she's with Mark. And Wes went and made a Rocky hate Mark picture. So then he went back the next day with his dad and went and watched the entire movie, 2.5 hours. This is a kid that can't get off his device. Well, he can, but he was mesmerized. It shows that this stuff does work. Darren, are you okay?
We're getting there.
Okay. All right. So
I apologize.
No, it's all right. Let me go ahead and see here. How does Dan Ben 07? How is Stargate doing on other platforms like Pluto TV and Sky? It's being watched. Shouldn't that affect things? My understanding is that Amazon collates all of that data, and obviously something happened where it was just like, we need more. We need to try and get a little bit of a broader appeal, I'm guessing.
I think that's the case. They're going to get those those metrics. They're going to get that data, but it's also a different silo inside Amazon, right? So licensing, the licensing the show out to Netflix, to Pluto TV, everywhere that it is internationally. It's a different part of Amazon does that work, but then I think the people who are looking at the franchise as a whole and what do we do with it, they're going to get that data. So keep watching Stargate, keep streaming it. It does matter, and I think part of the calculation for greenlighting a new show was that there was some degree of demonstration that people were watching it. People were watching the classic stuff.
Yeah.
That this fan base is still here and is still active.
Yeah, there has to be. That can't be ignored. There's so many layers to this that we're just beginning to grasp the edges of as we move forward here. Matthew H. Texas. David, you mentioned possible RDA interview in future episodes. Do you know if he is aware of the current situation and has an opinion? So before Marco Maldini did the video of Rick's panel at Metztori, Rick had mentioned to me that he had spoken with Brad and that they were really moving in another direction away from the old cast, as we kind of already knew. But that he basically confirmed at that point that he, and then recorded at the panel, and then Darren, you picked up that he wasn't planning on appearing. And if there was a cameo, he probably hadn't even been approached about that yet. Is that what you gathered?
Yeah, that's what I gathered from his Rick's comments on stage in France last weekend, was that he hadn't been approached to do anything with it yet. A cameo is always a possibility down the road, but the guy's 76. He's retired. He's not going to be a guest star in an episode. Cameo, maybe.
That's it. I think that the signs are good that you can expect Rick on an upcoming Dial the Gate episode. He was very kind to me in some of his words. So
very good.
We can only.
I'm super excited about that.
I'll take the win where I can. Jenny says, "Hey." Jenny Steinman, everyone. Jenny says, "Hey, one of the commenters was saying that sci-fi fantasy is not the same as sci-fi. I get it, but we need to make sure that you guys stay in response to that because other fans are seeing that is how Amazon defines it. So when we're talking to Amazon about Stargate, it needs to be that it can fit that silo that they have created internally. So sci-fi fantasy is that silo."
Yeah, when they hire an executive like Blair Fetter to do world building and genre, they're talking about a big silo. They're talking about science fiction and fantasy at large, right? World building, franchise, that sort of thing.
Okay, understood. Do you have anything on your side that you want to call out specifically?
Our friend Martin Zokor asked earlier, is there any official statement by Amazon MGM? And I think the answer is no. Although Jenny said that the Variety piece she thinks was probably their source was probably pretty official or semi-official.
Okay.
So there's no press release. I don't know if there's going to be any sort of public statement from Amazon's execs on this. Well, it remains to be seen, but so far I haven't seen anything.
Mm-hmm. Cosmic Kieran, would Martin's work have been put in ice for possible future use or just thrown in the bin? I suspect the former. If they're adjusting their strategy, that is, it makes more sense to do that because like later on down the road, they're not necessarily going to go, okay, this guy had this thing, this one point here, because Martin's going to be on doing something else, and they're going to want to make sure that content is as fresh and topical as possible. As you should with most science fiction, because things change in our world all the time. We're not the same society we were 5 years ago.
You're going to hire a series creator who's got a pitch, who's got a fleshed out idea, knows what season 1 looks like, and if that's not Martin's idea, then Martin's idea is gone. If they hire somebody else is not going to want to do his idea. They're going to get the job because they pitched their own idea and are going to shepherd it from start to finish.
That's it. It's heavy stuff, man.
Yeah, lots of practical questions over here. What's the consensus on who to email at Amazon? That's from Liz VRS. JS Horton 1184. Can you guys publish the list of people to contact, how, and what to say? Bonnie Arbuthnot. Bonnie, good to see you.
Yeah, that's
president.
Oh my gosh, good to see you. And an alternate take, I hope you brought your checkbook.
If we want to volunteer, Bonnie asks, or have something to offer, who do we contact? We're going to have to sort all this out as we figure out, which website are we going to use for a campaign, which petition are we going to use, what language should that look like. Other fans are already off and running. I don't mean to sort of take this over, but we can, I think, bring an audience to it once those questions are all sorted out. In the meantime, who to email at Amazon? I mean, you can just start with the bottom customer feedback.
That's it.
And know that those, right, your email is not going to get forwarded to Peter Friedlander, but part of customer service's job is to collate everything.
That's
and
right.
So they're going to collate, and it's going to go into a bucket.
A data
and
set.
the bucket is going to be the Stargate fans are, giving us this feedback.
That's it. Bonnie, email me, please. dialthegateshow@gmail.com. I want to talk to you.
Dialthegateshow@gmail.com.
What else? RDA interview. Frederick asked the fact that the fan base. Let me see here. There's a question in here. The fact the fan base is less important now at Amazon, could it be related to how the Trek fan base tore Starfleet Academy a new one? Like it scared off Amazon MGM. I don't think so. Peter DeLuise and I have been on the phone a lot for the past couple of days. He has my ear and has talked me off of a couple of ledges a couple of times here recently, and this has been one he mentioned this as well. He wondered if Starfleet Academy had something to do with it. But it's certainly possible. What do you think?
I mean, I suspect, based on what Jenny was saying earlier, I suspect that if the internal decision at Amazon was sci-fi's played out, it doesn't matter anymore. You don't have to make fans happy because it's sort of played out and we're going to do other things. If that's the calculation, then it wouldn't surprise me if part of that calculation was looking at, Disney's been struggling with Star Wars lately. Star Trek has been struggling. Right, there's no new Star Trek series currently in production for the first time in 11 years. They might look around and say, okay, I guess the genre's on the downswing. This is the wrong time to do it, especially to do a fan-friendly version of it. I think that's obviously that's absolutely the wrong decision to reach.
But it's a possible conclusion based on
it's how a TV exec might look at the field and make a decision.
Okay. All right. That's basically what I have here. Anything else on your side?
I love to
see. What did you talk about for 2.5 hours the other night? I haven't had a chance to watch it. What did you go on about for 2.5 hours?
Yeah, I killed my voice. Well, I just talked with chat and recapped the news every few minutes as people were discovering it. I just didn't want, it was up on Gateworld and trades, but I know the YouTube audience is different, and I didn't want 3, 4, 5 days to go by before our YouTube audiences even noticed that the show had been canceled.
That's right. Jenny says you can bombard LinkedIn. So.
I'm seeing in chat here, and I'm seeing all over social media the last 2 days that people they're mad, but they're also energized, and they're ready to get practical and do something about it. Whether that's writing a letter or an email or signing a petition or contributing to some sort of campaign. So, guys, what I would suggest in response to all these questions, is it time for another tweet storm? All these questions is do what feels right to you right now in terms of Gateworld and Dial the Gate helping to coordinate some sort of unified effort and then promote that. Give us a couple of days. Jenny told us that she wants to dig out some information to learn a little bit more about why this decision came down the way that it did. And then in the meantime, I think we've got let's look at the petitions that are out there and see how they're doing, see who's involved. Hopefully those guys can reach out to dialthegateshow@gmail.com and webmaster@gateworld.net. And we're already in touch with other fans, other content creators, podcasters, etc. So I think there's a team that is forming, but it's just going to take a few days.
Yeah, give us a check. I'm out of town until next Thursday, so my communication is spotty. But on this,
you're out
same
of the
token,
continent.
At the same token, we don't want to wait too long. So, this is going to be a bit of a thing to pull off. But I really do believe that Jenny is right in terms of a unified front. on this one. I don't think it should just be like taking the gate to Paris, and like only people who can either be in Paris or can financially contribute to that is the key. I think that we should do something that everyone can really participate in. So let's work at noodling that. Because my first thought is, along with you, Darren, is not something that you should put money to, something specifically. We can do something like that, but there really should be something that everyone can do, whether it be a tweet storm or something similar that we can all grasp together.
Yeah, we have the mod team over on the Gate World Discord has already set up a Save Stargate channel. If that is for folks who use Discord, if that's a good place to sort of share ideas and rally, that already exists and is up and running.
Okay. All right. Anything else that we need to cover here? Anyone that you need to thank?
Thanks to everybody for being here today. Thanks to those of you who tuned in with me on a live stream on Tuesday that did feel like a bit of a wake. It felt to me, I mean, I wish we had more people that I could have brought on and talked to in person, but it felt like when we've done funerals, when we've done online, ceremonies of mourning for Stargate actors who have passed, because we were mourning the show. But I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody who turned out for that and for this. On both channels, you're here right now or you're watching later, and it matters. You're part of this fandom. Even if you're not super active, you're part of this fandom, and it matters.
Please comment in our feeds under each of these videos. We're simulcasting this right now. Commenting moves numbers. It
moves the needle.
It's engagement. If you watch most of this thing, that's absolutely one thing. But if you are passionate enough about applying your thoughts in relation to the video, in relation to what you saw, and giving feedback, Amazon does again collate that data, and it makes a difference. The more constructive and thoughtful, the better. If you want these people to create a show for you, speak to them in such a way that they would want to create a show for you. Don't make it so that, no, I really don't want this person anywhere near me. It's a golden rule.
Yeah, don't be toxic.
The way you want to be treated. Yeah.
Don't be evil. As you said, make good ripples.
Make good ripples.
But I'm encouraged 2 days into this news. Yeah. I'm encouraged by this chat with Jenny.
I am too.
I'm encouraged by the fact that we don't have to take this lying down.
Yeah.
This is ultimately, I don't know if this gets reversed. I don't know if it's possible to save Martin's show, but we're in a skinny little window right now where it seems like if this was just an executive making a decision, and there's a possibility for that decision to be reversed with more information and with fandom being active and engaged, now's the time. As I think Michael Shank said on Twitter the other day, now's the time. If you want the existing TV canon to continue in some way, shape, or form, this is it. This is the time to write letters and make noise and be positive, because if this one goes down, I don't know that the next one is going to have anything to do with what they created 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm. That's it. I think a lot of the damage has already been done, but I think that the next move is ours as well in this short period. We can't reverse the decision that was made most recently. I don't necessarily even believe that we can get Martin's show going again. But I do think it's very important that we illustrate to them just how big a thud that the fandom can make when it all gets together.
What a bad decision.
And reaches out as one and says, hey, we're here. We're not going anywhere. And we're going to let you know. So.
Yeah, even if Martin's show doesn't come back, it's important to let Amazon know that this is not okay. We see what they did. We know that it's because they're discounting us. And it's not okay. And it's going to hurt their business in the long term.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks for coming, man. Thanks for pulling this one off with me.
Yep. I appreciate you being willing to find a home base. I didn't know that you were going to find a home base that was filled with, I don't know, maybe more Stargate toys than you have in your background.
I haven't even looked around in this room yet, but it is.
I'm looking at that Wraith Stunner, and a TER, and a face hugger.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's better. Yeah, this is Stargate heaven. So we're going to explore this in a future episode of the show because I'm here, and so therefore we are going to film it. But yeah, thanks again to Stefan for
amazing
helping me pull this particular episode off. But yeah, this is one room of many. But we will we'll be back with more content. Darren, you're not going anywhere.
Wow.
I'm not going anywhere. We're here for the long haul, and we're gonna make this work. So, because we love that thing.
It's time to get busy.
That's
anything. Thanks to everybody for being here. Thanks to the mods in both of our chats. To Raj Luthra, Jeff at Suns and Shadows podcast, Hellcats, everybody else who's been here. Anthony Rawlings here. We appreciate you guys so much. Appreciate you. I appreciate this fandom. I've said it 1,000 times. We'll keep saying it again. I appreciate this fandom and how cool we are, and how much of a family we are.
That's it. Yes. Big thanks to Ken, to Anthony, to Marsha, to Raj, to Enigma. Big thanks to my Patreons. You guys are continuing to make this possible. So we'll be in touch, right?
All right, more to come.
More to come. We'll see you guys on the other side. Keep the faith. Make good ripples. Bye.
Okay.
Amazon really screwed up with what they've done to Stargate, let me tell you. It is the biggest buzz on the internet I've seen, with real fan anger like I've never seen. Now, there's been a lot to be upset about if you're a science fiction fan like myself. You know, obviously Doctor Who went off the rails the last few years. Star Wars went off the rails. Star Trek and Starfleet Academy really went off the rails. But all of these things, like, we kind of expected it. We knew who were show running these shows. We saw what was going on with the Acolyte, with all this stuff, and it was like, we were all kind of done with these things at this point. The one franchise that hasn't been destroyed was Stargate, which has been largely dormant for the last 10, 15 years. They tried to make a Stargate Origins thing, which nobody watched. But for the most part, it's a franchise that we still love because they haven't destroyed it. Now, naturally, when there was a revival rumor, a lot of us were a little tepid at first because we're a little scared. But what they did was actually brought back the original writers of SG-1. So it's like, okay, they're going to honor what came before, and they actually really were attempting to honor what came before. This was going to be something for the fans, and that's why Amazon killed it. Very, very sad. So they've got a backlash of genuinely angry people across the internet now. Myself, one of them. There's a lot of I've been watching a lot of the stuff on Dial the Gate lately. I've been interacting with the Gate World people. It's been we are united as a fandom, and there's a lot of like, what do we do at this point? Because Amazon doesn't want to listen to us as fans. We know that, but we do have to be loud. We have to be consistent. We have to make them know that we're out here to the point where it's like they're making a huge mistake and they need to bring this back. it wouldn't be that hard to reverse this decision. It really wouldn't. And we got to hope they can do so. We got to try. We got to do our best as a fandom here. So let's get into the news and how we can do that and what's going on in just a moment. My name's John Delarose, everybody. I'm a sci-fi author and writer. So if you are interested in sci-fi, if you like Stargate, if you like Star Trek, if you like Star Wars, I think you're really going to love my books, my comics. They're here for you, and I make them for people like yourself who've been disaffected by a lot of franchises or just not given sci-fi that's real sci-fi in recent years. This is what we do over here. So I've got 3 books for free for signing up for my newsletter. You find out when my new releases are and things like that. And I'll be giving some Stargate updates in the next couple of days too, because I'm tracking this pretty well. But guys, sign up here, and if you want to support the channel and the like, please go to my Amazon, grab some books, read. That's the best way we can do things, is actually build a readership. And hey, maybe one of these days Amazon will make one. Well, probably not Amazon. Maybe I'll do it with an independent studio or something like that, and we'll get a movie or something like that. It'd be fun. So check it out, guys. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate everybody who's reading. It's been an amazing couple of years as we've been growing. Let's get into this how to fight for Stargate and what you can do right now. So this is it. There's a lot going on, and we're going to kind of show you kind of everything. So Amazon killed this Stargate, as you might know. There's a 20-week writer's room that was already going. They wrote the show. There's active pre-production going on in the United Kingdom and 2 years of creative development. Their stated reason was the show was too focused on existing fans and therefore lacked broad appeal. Now, that doesn't even make sense, because like your existing fans are who evangelize for you and create the broad appeal. When you have a brand franchise, it's a brand. It's not something new where people are just discovering it and things like that. So what happened here? Well, Amazon greenlit some things, and then there was all over streaming and all over movie business right now. It's just been turmoil because nobody's really making the money they thought they were. Everybody poured way too much cash into stuff. Rings of power. And are losing their shorts on a lot of it. And so they're really trying to cost cut everywhere. And so what's happened is a lot of executives have gone out the doors. The people who actually greenlit this are gone, and they're replaced by this guy. And yeah, I'm going to name and shame because that's what we should do. No, really nobody else was. I posted this, and then Michael Shanks actually started posting the guy's name later. I started a little bit of a movement on X here, guys. And it's good. I'm glad we actually have an influence here. So this is it, the guy who was responsible for canceling Stargate. His name's Blair Fetter, and he came over from Netflix. He does have a LinkedIn profile. He doesn't really use it, it doesn't look like. But he is the executive that is responsible for this. He's new. He's the one who wants the modern audience. This is exactly who you can blame on this level. And I think he should answer to what's going on. I think he should actually respond. I actually reached out to him for an interview, and I asked him, please, I was respectful, let us know what's going on with this and why you made this decision, because I think it's important, and I think the fans are owed that at the very least. So we'll see if he ever gets back on that front. But there's more we can do on this level, so let's get into what we can do here, because that decision's made. So there's a couple petitions out there. Actually, when you first get into things, there's a website called bringbackstargate.com that actually kind of tracks this stuff. It's a pretty cute looking website. As you can see, the gate's idle, and there's active Stargate petitions, which are on change.org right now. There's a couple of them going on right now. There's Save Stargate in general, which has a smaller amount. There's Revive the Stargate franchise, and there's Save the Stargate series. So I'm going to ignore Save Stargate here because this is kind of a dead petition. Maybe I'll sign it just because I signed the other two. But if you go to the first one is actually prior to this existing. And so this is an old petition of people wanting a Stargate to actually show up, and it's built up pretty well with 46,000 people to bring back Stargate with Martin Garrow. And that was that. So the new petition is Save the New Stargate series. Actually showed up today as well. It's already at 16,000 signatures, and it's been up for, less than 48 hours. This is pretty good. Now, I have all of this online at fandompulse.com in my How to Save Stargate article, which I'm going to put in the description below so you guys can find this pretty easily. And I will add all these other petitions to it as well, and more as we go along. You can also email Amazon directly. This is another thing that was happening here. The petition is passive, and a direct email is pretty active. There's a couple different links here. You've got Amazon Studios, contact us at Amazon.com. You've got Amazon.-PR at Amazon.com and support at AmazonStudios.com. Now, support does come back with a message that is meant to be like a tech support, but I emailed it I just threw it all in there anyway because I thought it was best to do so. Now, like I said, I found Blair Fetter's email, his personal one, and did shoot him an email to ask him for an interview here. I'm not necessarily recommending anybody do that. I'm a journalist sleuth, and that's what I do. But I think these are the proper accounts to actually do so at the moment. And so I actually wrote a template letter for everybody. So if you want to add this in, I am writing as a longtime Stargate fan to express my deep disappointment in the cancellation of Martin Garrow's new Stargate series and ask that you reconsider. Stargate SG-1 Atlantis in Universe ran for 17 seasons, but one of the most loyal fan bases out there. I watch Amazon Originals. I'm the viewer you're trying to reach. The reported reason for cancellation is to focus on existing fans and misunderstands how the franchise works. Please restore this project at a minimum. Commit to a revival that respects the franchise's 17 seasons of canons and bring back the creative team that built it. So that is the template letter I'm sending out, and hopefully you will too. And so petitions, shooting that out as an email. And, of course, social media activism is always good, and that's what we're doing here. I mentioned Michael Shanks. He's really been leading the charge in this level, and which is awesome to see. And here he is. He's talking about Venture Pictures here. He's retweeting Gate World on this. If you want to write them directly, be specific. Give them every reason this is strategically wrong. And then, of course, you can see that he's just really retweeting a lot of Save Stargate stuff right now, including me. Oh, wow. Thanks, Michael Shanks. I appreciate your support here. That's great stuff. He's really doing a lot more work than I've ever seen any actor celebrity do, like actually engaging with the fans and doing things right here. Cool stuff. And this is the Stargate community, guys. This is, honestly, it's a tighter-knit community than Firefly, than Star Trek. Like, everybody's really on the same page with this. We all love Stargate. There hasn't been something really to divide us like a lot of these other franchises, and it's a beautiful thing, and it needs to keep going. And so let's keep it going. So I'll be covering this as it goes along. We have to keep the energy up. Don't let it die, because it's very easy to stay outraged in the first 24 hours, but afterwards the follow-up is what ends up mattering. All right, leave a comment down below with what you think about this. Hit the like and subscribe button. I appreciate you being here. We'll have in the description below the little link so you can check things out and help out. And, of course, sign up for my newsletter. Check out my science fiction books, guys. I appreciate you being here. We'll be back soon.
Who are we? Okay. Good. Popeyes. I'll make another box. Oh, I missed one. There's more.
Stargate will be back on our screens, but it'll be a hard reboot, according to one source. They are convinced of it. Welcome to the Tech Impulse podcast, your place for sci-fi news, rumour and debate, even when I really hate the pigging rumour.
Our tachyon pulse has been unable to completely penetrate the anomaly.
Before we get into it, get onto the channel's posts. There is a post on there with a link to a change.org petition. When I looked last, there was already 12,000 names on that petition, 24 hours in. Get on there, get it signed, share it with your friends. We need to make as much noise here as possible. To answer a couple of questions that I've seen, could Amazon sell this IP? No, they can't. Could Amazon license out this IP to somebody else like Apple and get Martin Giro's show made? Unlikely, but yes. So let's kick off. Maybe Apple pick up the phone and go, you know that show you just cancelled? We quite like that idea. We'd like to do it. Look, it happens with other projects. Like He-Man Masters of the Universe, I just watched. Initially, that was Netflix, I think. They cancelled it. Amazon went, we'll do it. So, look, there is an opportunity there if we kick off and another provider picks this up. I would love Apple to pick this up. We said this on our live yesterday, that we think Apple are the place to do this. They do sci-fi pretty well. But, hard reboot. The video I did yesterday, this insider tried to explain to me that actually there won't be one reason why Stargate got cancelled. There'll be multiple reasons. And it's kind of a bit of a perfect storm. There will be something about the script, there'll be something about the cost, there'll be something about a straight change in strategy, new executives, new ideas, etc., etc. There'll be lots of little factors that come together and convince the head of TV, Mike Hopkins, that, yeah, we're cancelling that. It would have been his decision, finally, at the end of the day. This source is also saying, though, that they are convinced now this is going to be a hard reboot, not just because of what's happened, but because they are aware of the conversations that's happened in the past. And we've told you about them here on Sidetrack and then here on Tachyon Pulse. We told you that a hard reboot was considered several times. Back 3-something years ago, there were a bunch of pitches from all sorts of different producers and creators, etc., about how to do a reboot of Stargate. The fact that Amazon have took this long to even get this far shows that actually Stargate was quite hard to continue. We have made the point several times, actually, that Stargate was quite hard to continue because of where they got. You know, SG-1 went from running around in the forests that look an awful lot like Canada with P-90s, well, actually MP5s at first and then P-90s, to being god killers, having the most powerful fleet of warships in the galaxy, etc., etc. The show changed. Now, if you want to do a Stargate that feels an awful lot like Star Trek, we could continue that journey. But if you want something that felt like Stargate, it was a little bit more difficult. Now, it looked like Martin Gero had been able to find that magic touch that actually managed that. But Amazon have pulled the plug. I don't think they were that confident with it to begin with. And this excuse about it only being like fan service and not bringing enough new fans does feel like an excuse to me. A hard reboot is something I've always argued that I do not want. I don't think it will work, and at the end of the day, if you don't have that core fan base on side, I think you've got a problem immediately, a Rings of Power problem. But it's easier. You reset things. You can tell a story in a different way, a modern way, which that is one term that a lot of you are going to freak out at, but it's true. Without any of the baggage that comes before it, it's simpler, it's easier, it's lazy. We know from Star Trek TNG that if you do a continuation, you do it well, it can massively expand a fan base. Star Trek is the only sort of thing that's happened in my head that I can think of that's happened. Star Wars to a degree, but Star Trek and TNG was one of the very few times that's actually worked as successfully as it did. Hard reboots, though, almost never work. There's a handful, Battlestar Galactica and a couple of others, that have worked. But on the whole, They don't. But this source is now telling me that he is absolutely convinced that is what's going to happen. It may be the trilogy of movies that Roland Emmerich wanted to do all those years ago. I think it was 2015, they briefly greenlit it. Or maybe, as we talked about on the live, they bring a movie back that's a sequel to the original movie. Bring James Spader and Kurt Russell back. It's also a possibility. A straight up continuation, ignoring SG1, SGU, SGA. Now, I always told you that Amazon did not really want to go down that path. They wanted to do a continuation. They wanted to avoid things like the Rings of Power problem. They inherently knew that most often hard reboots don't work. But they always said, and my sources were always telling me that the bosses had said in several different meetings, going back years now, that they would try, and if it didn't work, they would hard reboot it. And this guy is saying, and I think to be honest it's obvious, they've tried, it hasn't worked, they will hard reboot it. This is a name, a franchise that is well known. But if you speak to a lot of your friends, they'll go Stargate what? It's not widely known like Star Trek, Star Wars is outside of this fandom that is so powerful. The sleeping giant of sci-fi may not ever wake up, except in name alone. And I am saying now, very clearly, if Stargate gets a hard reboot, it'll be Stargate in name alone. Unless they bring James Spader and Kurt Russell back and they do it a straight continuation of the original movie, they ignore SG1, SGU, SGA ever happened, then you could argue, okay, well, it's at least a continuation of the original movie. There are big differences between the movie and the TV series. They had to evolve it for it to make sense. Other than that, it'll be Stargate in name alone. It will have a big circle that people walk through to go to other planets, and that'll be it. Some of the characters might be called, one of them might be O'Neill, one of them will be called Daniel, blah blah blah. But it's Stargate in name alone. It will be, to be honest, the nightmare choice, and I can't help but feel that that's exactly what we're going to get. We may never see one of these fly again. And that's the gut punch that Amazon have given us. So, the reality is, and according to this source, and I believe them, the most likely scenario is a hard reboot in the next couple of years. And as I said, the people that pitched to Amazon all those years ago, almost all of them said that they wanted to do a hard reboot. Almost all of them. Because it's easier. But what do you think? Get into the comments. Do you think I'm probably right? Do you think the source is probably right? Will you hate it? I will have a problem with it. Get into the comments and tell me what you think. If you are new to the channel, don't forget to like, subscribe, with that bell notification. It really helps us out and you'll never miss any of my new videos. Also, you can become a member of the channel and get to see a lot of these videos before everybody else. Go check that out. As always, please stay safe and I'll see you next time.
Stargate TV series from Martin Garrow not moving forward at Amazon. The show was first announced with a series order in November 2025. It hailed from writer, executive producer, and showrunner Martin Garrow, who was a writer on Stargate SG-1 and Stargate Atlantis early in his career. According to an individual with knowledge of the situation, Amazon execs were concerned that Garrow's take on the series would not have broad appeal beyond the franchise's already dedicated fan base. They're the ones that did this huge announcement specifically addressing the fans. Like, this is for you, Stargate fans, who are one of the most loyal and dedicated fan bases ever that have shown so much support for this franchise through the years. To then, months later, after they completed a 20-week writer's room, all the scripts, I guess, were ready as they were poised to shoot. They were setting up pre-production in the UK to film there, right when this news came that it was being shut down. Last I heard from it was that it was going to start filming in the fall, around September of this year. And right as they're getting ready to do that, they pulled the rug out from under them. And for this then to be, according to Variety sources, that they were concerned that the fans would be the only ones happy, I guess. But that's exactly what this whole thing started out as. You wanted the Stargate fans to begin with, but also I remember quite clearly Martin Garrow and Brad Wright and Joseph Malazzi, when they were doing that announcement of the new show, they expressly stated that while it would exist within the framework that already was there or established with the previous shows and film, it would be new and unique and accessible to new fans. And so for this now to be, according to some, the reason for it is ridiculous. This is what Deadline is reporting. Stargate series from Martin Garrow not moving forward at Amazon. Stargate has become a high-profile, likely casualty of the regime change at Amazon MGM Studios. The reboot of the popular MGM IP from Stargate veteran Martin Garrow, which received a series order by Prime Video in November 2025, will not be going forward, Deadline has confirmed. The decision to pull the plug came late in the process. I hear the show had completed a 20-week writer's room and was in pre-production in the UK. It was explained with the new series vision and creative direction, which allegedly no longer aligned with Amazon's programming strategy. The differences apparently ran so deep they required an outright axing versus retooling the existing version of the project by giving notes to Garrow, a veteran showrunner who had been signed into an overall deal by Amazon MGM Studios for the purpose of him spearheading Stargate. It goes on to say, ironically, the new Stargate was greenlighted by Amazon MGM Studios head of television, Peter Friedlander, in one of his first pickup decisions after he joined the streamer in early October. But the series falls under the purview of one of Friedlander's top lieutenants, Brett Fetter, head of world building and genre series, who didn't start at Amazon until February. The two executives who had developed Stargate with Garrow and had championed it are both gone, with the former leaving when Fetter joined the company and the latter departing 2 months later when Fetter restructured his team. Stargate was among the first MGM titles identified for series or film adaptations following Amazon's $8.5 billion acquisition of the storied Hollywood studio in 2022. The studio may revisit the IP with another showrunner, possibly someone who does not have history with it, and would give it a fresh, new perspective, I hear. This is the biggest problem, because I do see a lot of people who actually feel relieved about this news, and this is Amazon, who does not have a good track record with handling beloved IPs. But the problem is, they're still moving ahead with it. They still have Stargate. They still own it. And they're not just going to leave it alone. They are going to pursue something, only this time it is someone who does not have any history with the IP. And I'm sorry, but the fresh new perspective does not make me feel better. There's more to this story than them just canceling it, than them canceling Martin Garrow's vision for the series. They're going to do something, and I am sure it's going to be a reboot now. I'm sure that's what it is. If you were going to bring this back, you had to do it the right way. It was such a great time for Stargate fans when that announcement was made. It felt so filled with excitement. And yeah, there's trepidation, but a lot of fans were excited because this is exactly what we had wanted for so many years. We wanted the original creators of the shows to be involved. I mean, let alone like Joseph Malazzi and Brad Wright as consulting producers. They were actually brought in to help write, craft the stories. And of course, Martin Garrow had such a rich history with Stargate. We didn't want it to be a reboot. We wanted it to be a continuation. We didn't want it to rewrite all of what was established before through decades of storytelling and expansion of this universe. Exactly what fans were afraid would happen is going to happen. So while I understand how some may be relieved, I think they maybe just saw the headlines of, well, Amazon isn't moving forward with this show. But the issue is they are going to still move on with it. They are going to do something with Stargate, as this insider from Deadline pointed out, with a new showrunner, someone that doesn't have a history with Stargate, and who would give it that fresh perspective to appeal to a broader, modern audience. Joseph Malazzi has just been amazing through the entire process. He has always embraced the fans and appreciated them. And when this was announced, this new show, he was hyping up so much, just being able to share this excitement with the fans and share whatever he could along the way of this new show's production. This is a statement that Joseph Malazzi made shortly after the news broke. Sadly, it's true. Amazon has elected not to move forward with the new Stargate series. There's not much I can add beyond confirming what's happened, but I will say this. Creator Martin Garrow developed a new Stargate series over 2 years, ultimately crafting a show that offered a fresh jumping-on point for new viewers while deeply respecting existing canon. It was a series that avoided the pitfalls of several modern remakes and reboots by fully embracing the core of its predecessors: action, adventure, exploration, wonder, heart, humor, and found family. And based on that creative vision, the new Stargate series was greenlit in November of 2025. As of today, officially, that original vision is no more. We'll never get the opportunity to introduce you to that world and those characters, or reintroduce you to and check in with some familiar faces from the past. My heart breaks for the incredibly talented writers who worked tirelessly to bring the show to life. For Martin, who maintained an unwavering positive outlook throughout despite the challenges, and who always strove to make a show that would honor the fans while welcoming a new audience. And for the long-suffering Stargate fandom who waited so long and came so close to getting a show they truly would have loved. The original statement from Variety, that article, was community noted based on this statement that Joseph Malazzi made, because the cited reason for axing the show was that it was too niche. It was too much for the fans. They felt it would alienate the broader audience, when that is so untrue. That was announced from the very beginning. I remember it very clearly that Martin Garrow and others pointed out they didn't want to abandon all of the hundreds of hours of Stargate shows and stories that were already told. They didn't want to reboot that. They wanted to create a new story within that framework, but also, in doing so, offer a fresh, new jumping on point for someone who wasn't familiar with all of those stories and all of that lore. This is such a huge misstep on Amazon's part. Regardless of the reasons, you reached out to the fans and said, we want to create a story that everyone can enjoy, but that fans especially will love and embrace, while making it accessible for new ones to jump into. They specifically, on all of their Amazon official accounts, made that statement, made that clear. And this is such a big mistake, to purposefully hype up the fans, to then allow the trades to add this damning context of citing the fans as the reason why it's not moving forward anymore. Pulling out the rug from the production on the cusp of them filming, a wonderful strategy to burn any goodwill. The Stargate fandom, as Joseph Malazzi pointed out, is a long-suffering fandom. This isn't the first time that this IP and these stories have suffered because of the lack of creative vision of the suits, of the executives in charge of these IPs. And you reached out to them specifically noting their patience, their eagerness to see new stories told in this universe, to only then, months later, nuke all of that goodwill. You've actually made enemies of the fans. There was definitely skeptics among the fandoms, rightly so, because this is Amazon, who's had a very shaky track record with handling beloved IPs. But a lot of people, for the most part, of the Stargate fandom were optimistic and excited. And a huge part of that reason why they were excited, why they had that hope, was because of who was involved, was because that it was not a reboot. And now that you're still going to do it, that you're even going to bother to continue to have a new Stargate, whatever, film or show, no, you're not going to have that optimism anymore. You need them. Look at what's happening to the most beloved and commercially successful IP ever in Star Wars. Look what's happening right now. A Star Wars film is in theaters, a film they haven't had in theaters for 7 years, and it is bombing on a historic level. Those fans that they've abandoned and mistreated with this IP, I'm sure they wish they had their support now, because it's not enough. You need those fans, because you're not generating new fans. Just because you have a name, just because you have a brand, you think that entitles you to new fans? That's not how it works. How many times do executives need to have this lesson? How many IPs need to be burned to the ground for them to realize the formula for success and what not to do? What's the point of having a famous IP? What's the point of you spending $8.5 billion on MGM's library of IPs for you to not give the fans what they want? The reason why MGM's library is so valuable is because of their built-in, dedicated, and loyal fan bases. And positive word of mouth, great, well-written stories will then facilitate new fans being brought in, because if it was accessible and entertaining to watch, everyone can enjoy that. We've seen successes like that, but now you don't have that anymore. Congratulations. Time and time again, we've seen this, that they don't want the creatives that were initially a part of an IP to be involved in future projects, which is ridiculous. That you have someone very much willing to help, to craft new stories, and no, out with the old and in with the new, again and again. And I didn't think that we were going to have a show that was directly picking up from Stargate Universe. That would have been awesome, obviously. My hope was that it would touch on it eventually, but I just wanted them to not nuke all of the stories that came before. I wanted them to do a new show that existed within the lore and the stories already built over decades that fans were passionate about. It's just heartbreaking how much this IP in particular with Stargate has just been plagued by mismanagement by networks. You've made enemies out of the entire Stargate fandom right now. I mean, all the social media networks are on fire with people reaching out to Amazon and expressing their issues with this, their problems, and nothing that they do will have any goodwill or optimism moving forward. You made an enemy out of me and so many fans, because they're gonna do it. They're gonna do a Stargate film or show, but this time they're gonna have their so-called fresh perspective, because we need new audiences and new fans. They've taken one of the most patient fan bases in science fiction, one of the most loyal, and turned that excitement into resentment. Amazon's handling of this is just completely catastrophic. It's an excellent way to convince Stargate fans not to trust them. Not only do you have to generate interest from new audiences, the modern audience, you have to now convince fans to come back and give it a shot. This whiplash will be felt for a long time. You've burned any trust and goodwill that you had, which was a lot with the Stargate fandom. You've burned that. So what is the goal here, ultimately? Why do this? It's been proven time and time again that burning fans, mistreating the IPs that they love, has proven a horrible plan, financially and otherwise. The issue with Stargate was never the fans, whether or not they continue to watch it. It was always mismanagement behind the scenes. That was why the last two shows got canceled and why nothing was ever done with it since. get your popcorn ready, folks. If they decide to go in this new, fresh direction, pursuing a new audience. I mean, we all have the script for how this ends up. If you don't want these Stargate veterans involved, have fun trying to find new fans, new audiences. We're probably going to be cowards about it. Just let the news trend for however long and then hope people forget about it. But fans won't forget.
Wah, 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 wah. Owning a Stargate is like a fun thing to play with. They're oddly just fun. It's really just a circle, but I like it. Hello interwebs, I hope you are all doing well because today we are going to be talking about the news that Amazon has decided to not move forward with its Stargate series that it announced not 8 months ago, which is frankly kind of shocking, and speaking as someone who has been a huge Stargate fan for most of my life, really disappointing, especially for the reasons that Amazon gave for this cancellation. But also, since the cancellation of this project and seeing the response from the creatives involved, at least several of them, and sort of looking over who was involved and sort of thinking about it, I've come away with more mixed feelings on the whole thing. So I just want to talk about it all with you. And I think the best way to do this is just give a quick rundown of the history of how we got to this point. So back in November of 2025, Amazon made an announcement that they were finally going to be going forward with a brand new Stargate series. And not only that, a Stargate series from the executive producers of the original Stargate shows, back starting with Stargate SG-1 on Starz and then on the Sci-Fi Channel, as well as Stargate Atlantis and Stargate Universe. And the head of this new show would be Martin Gero, who was a writer on SG-1, was a co-executive producer on Atlantis, which is the best Stargate, by the way. I will take no notes on that, as well as worked on Universe. And he was going to be showrunning the show. And then alongside him were returning producers Brad Wright and Joe Malozzi, both of whom also were producers and writers on the three aforementioned Stargate shows as well. And this announcement was made with a video on Amazon's Prime Video YouTube channel with an interview with these three producers with two members of fan Stargate communities, Dial the Gate and Gate World, like two still ongoing Stargate news organizations. And this was really, really huge. For me personally, I don't really talk about Stargate a lot on this channel just because it hasn't been a sort of topical conversation piece for quite a while. But growing up, Stargate was a huge influence on me. Like when Star Trek Enterprise was canceled and there was no ongoing Star Trek show, Stargate kind of became my big sci-fi franchise. That was something that always had a show going on. And I loved SG-1, I loved Atlantis. I actually really liked Universe when it came out. I know that that's somewhat of a controversial opinion within the fandom, but I really like Universe. Atlantis obviously is my favorite of all of them, just because I love I love my little boy Rodney McKay,
Yes.
who was just a really wonderful and fun character to watch. And then I also just like the horror tinge of that show overall as compared to the more action-adventure vibe of SG-1. But both shows were phenomenal. And so these three writers were influential in my childhood. Like, I watched every episode of these shows religiously on the Sci-Fi Channel on, I think, Friday nights alongside Battlestar Galactica. And I grew up with the show, and it was my weekly adventure fun sci-fi show that always dealt with like these really fun creative concepts that Star Trek kind of used to do when it was on the air during sort of a similar time just a few years beforehand. But then since then, Stargate has been kind of a dead property. You know, they were trying to move into DVD movies, that market fell out, Stargate Universe got canceled, and then there's just been no real movement on it for a really long time. The only thing we did get was a Stargate streaming service that came out for like a hot minute when like every franchise had a streaming service. Like I remember the DC Universe streaming service and all of that jazz. So we got a Stargate streaming service, and then they released a web series called Stargate Origins, which everyone hates on. I don't think was as bad as everyone says. It just had a really low budget. Our boy Trip Tucker, Connor Trenier, returned to the Stargate franchise for that, and I thought it was fun for the level that it was made at. And also, just as a side note, was directed by a lesbian director who's now gone on to be doing her own horror movies. So just cool to see queer people getting to be involved in the franchise. But yeah, certainly didn't take the world by storm by any means. So outside of that, we haven't really had any Stargate stuff for many, many years. So this announcement, I think, really excited a lot of the fandom, and it was kind of telling that the announcement was directly geared towards the Stargate fandom that still is around. Again, we had the people from the Stargate sort of fan communities helping lead the announcement alongside these producers who were from the old show. So this was clearly a show that was going to be aimed at, and then seemingly intended to be aimed at, the original fandom of the series. Which makes it very, very odd then that now, about 8 months later, Variety announced just a couple of days ago that the Stargate series has been axed by Amazon, and that according to an individual with knowledge of the situation, Amazon execs were concerned that Jiro's take on the series would not have broad appeal beyond the franchise's already dedicated fan base. Which, right on its face to me, feels very odd, because it seemed to me that you were intending to direct this show at the fandom. That's why you would announce it this way in the first place. That just seems to be the intent behind it. That being said, though, there is a part of me that understands why this would be a concern from a huge studio like Amazon, in ways that I would agree with and ways that I would not agree with. In the ways that I would agree with, I mean, if we look at a lot of other big franchise shows nowadays, I think mainly sort of the big ones that come to mind for me, obviously, is like Star Wars and Star Trek. One of the major criticisms that I've had of a lot of those franchises is how much they are stuck in the past, of bringing back legacy characters, of retelling old stories instead of pushing things forward. You know, you look at Mandalorian and Grogu, or the Mandalorian show itself, especially in its later seasons, was constantly tied up with like, oh, we're going to bring in characters from the Clone Wars, or reference these other things, or the characters themselves are going to be like simulacra of other characters, like the Mandalorian is not Boba Fett, and Grogu is not Yoda. There's this constant regurgitation of these stories. And while I have personally been a champion of the modern Star Trek franchises, especially in the wake of a lot of vitriolic hate that franchise has had, as well as some Star Wars projects as well, Acolyte, I am a fan of, even though I have issues with it, but I do like a lot of its ideas because it was trying to do new things. But with Star Trek, the shows that really have disappointed me the most are things like Strange New Worlds, which were the ones that were sort of regurgitating the past and retelling the past. Star Trek Picard Season 3 was another season that I had a lot of criticisms for exactly that reason. Being stuck in that nostalgia for Star Trek and just trying to do the greatest hits of Star Trek instead of saying something new, like some of the other Star Trek shows, like Prodigy were doing. For all of their many issues that those shows had, Discovery and Starfleet Academy were doing, which I loved both of those shows to varying degrees, certainly had their issues, but trying to do something new was not their problem. And so if this is what the Stargate show is going to be, then certainly I would have a very similar concern with that. And certainly bringing back the 3 original producers on the original show, that this is going to be a more of a continuation than a sort of fresh place for new people to be able to come on, fresh ideas for the franchise, I think. I think that would be sort of difficult, especially for a franchise that hasn't been, has been dormant for many, many years, and also is not as well known as something like Star Wars or even Star Trek. And so to kind of have it focused on so much legacy stuff would be a very concerning thing, I think, for just the franchise's longevity, even if like people like me, as a huge Stargate fan, would have, really liked that. Or maybe I shouldn't say I wouldn't really like that. I mean, it would have been geared towards me liking it. Certainly I am one to criticize when shows get too up their own ass about nostalgia. So maybe not me specifically, but someone like me, I guess. However, that being said, one of the producers since the cancellation news, Joe Malozzi, has been very vocal about this over on the artist formerly known as Twitter, and pushed back against the idea that the new show would have been like that, would have been so focused on legacy. In one of his posts, he said, creator Martin Gero developed a new Stargate series over 2 years, ultimately crafting a show that offered a fresh jumping-on point for new viewers while deeply respecting existing canon. It was a series that avoided the pitfalls of several modern remakes and reboots by fully embracing the core of its predecessors, action, adventure, exploration, wonder, heart, humor, and found family, and based on that creative vision, the new Stargate series was greenlit in November of 2025. As of today, officially that original vision is no more. We'll never get the opportunity to introduce you to that world and those characters, or reintroduce you to and check in with some familiar faces from the past. And then he also responded, a bit vitriolically, in my opinion, an article from Polygon that kind of expressed some of the things that I was saying about the cancellation of the show, being that, well, maybe it's a good thing that the show got canceled because, you know, it might have been too focused on legacy and fell into all these pitfalls. And he said to this, well, this is a hastily cobbled together shit take of conjecture and misdirection. The author starts by misreading a grassroots marketing launch as a statement of exclusive intent. Come on. Announcing a series to a fandom alongside its community leaders is standard PR. It's not proof that the show is designed exclusively for fandom. In fact, it was made clear from the start that, first and foremost, the series would function as an accessible entry point for new viewers, while still respecting canon. And by the way, respecting canon does not mean requiring new viewers to be familiar with 350 plus hours of existing Stargate programming, as this article implies. The author proceeds to support their point by launching into fan fiction. No plot details were revealed about the scrap show, but I can easily imagine, and they certainly do. What follows is a parade of cliches and generic legacy sequel checklist that the author has conjured up from nothing and pinned the new show as predictive evidence. Then comes the claim that Starfleet Academy failed because the showrunners, quote, focused too much on paying tribute to the series' past. What? Yes, Starfleet Academy did receive a fair amount of criticism, but strict adherence to canon wasn't on the list of grievances. This reads like a comment from someone who likely never even watched the show, much less perused the fan response. They state, rebooting the canon would also let the Stargate showrunners bring back the Goa'uld, the franchise's most iconic villains. No, it wouldn't. Know why? Because the Goa'uld are canon. The article concludes with a disconnected meditation on an old Stargate storyline with no relation to either the new show or the author's own argument. I wanted to say it was written by AI, but surely AI would display more logical consistency than this. I highly disagree with that last point. AI would certainly not show any more logical consistency at all, because AI is not concerned with logical consistency. It is not concerned with anything because it's not a being. But that is kind of beside the point. Ultimately, looking at what he kind of is saying here, it seems to me that the point was, like, this was a show that was going to be within the pre-existing, you know, canon of SG-1, Atlantis, universe, and had the potential to bring in old characters and faces like Samantha Carter or Daniel Jackson and things like that, like Michael Shanks' version of Daniel Jackson, things like that, maybe even Roddy McKay, my boy, but would not be so exclusively focused on that. Like, they would just appear sometimes in an episode or two, maybe as a guest star, or hell, I should even mention, like, Richard Dean Anderson, who was the lead of Stargate SG-1 for 8 seasons until he left in season 9, has even stated that he was not asked to return to the show, which I actually think is a good thing. I mean, let the man retire. But also, it's like, it showcases that there's, like, with some restraint. It's like, we're not bringing back the lead that everyone loves. You know, we may bring back Ben Broder, Claudia Black, but we're not bringing back the big guy, which I think is a good sense of restraint on the showrunner's part, which I think is generally my preferred way to do a reboot of, or reboot may be the wrong word, but like continuing on for a franchise, where it's like, focus on your new characters, focus on the new things going on in your world, and maybe bring in a legacy character to as an ancillary to the storyline, rather than the main focus of it. I actually, I know as controversial as it's going to be to say, I think Starfleet Academy was an ideal version of doing that. I'm doing a video over on my main channel. It'll be coming out in a few weeks once the Paramount copyright claims on it are off. It's already uploaded. But a video about why I like Starfleet Academy, even though I have criticisms of it. I think it's a really good show overall, despite all the bullshit it got online, mainly for its queer-focused characters and, you know, characters of color, because that's always the harassment campaigns online these days. But despite some issues with the show, one of the things that I really liked about it was, for the most part, it focused on its new characters.
Okay, now we have
Robert Picardo there as
we
the
have
Doctor
this
from
box
Voyager,
right
but
here.
he was not so specifically focused on, like, hey, look, I'm going to reference Voyager. And in fact, he was very different from the character we had come to know on Voyager. He had
Okay,
evolved
need
in the
more
1,000
power.
years time period that had happened between the show, and he was also not the main focus of the series. The main focus of the series was on the new cadets and some of the new adult characters in the show as well. And I thought that that was probably the best move for a franchise piece of art, whether you liked the tone or look or, you know, vibe or what the show was.
Okay. Okay.
Going for in terms of ethos on how to deal with canon, I thought that was probably the best way forward. And it seems like the Stargate show was going to do exactly that. And I think that that is a great way to bring in new people and get people kind of excited about some of the old stuff. Being like, oh, you're watching it, and when I watch the show, it's like, hey, Michael Shanks shows up as Daniel Jackson. I'm like, oh, Daniel Jackson, little nerdy guy. I love him so much. And then someone else who has never seen Stargate would be like, oh, who's this Michael Shanks guy? Maybe I should go and check that out. And the original show, because I like that character, but I focus on these folks. So I think that's generally the best way to go about it. It seems like that's what Ryan Coogler's X-Files seems like it's going to be doing. I'm very excited for the new X-Files show, mainly because it is not just doing whatever the new X-Files seasons were, where they brought back Scully and Mulder. A lot of people didn't like those seasons for many reasons, but sometimes it was like overly focused on these characters as much as we love them. Mulder's the only one watching X-Files for the first time now, so I haven't seen those seasons, so like, this is just me reading fan response of those seasons. But looking at Ryan Coogler's version of it, it seems like he wants to have a whole new cast, whole new crew. But there's potential for someone like Gillian Anderson to show up in this series, which I think is just, again, the best way to go about it. It seems like the Stargate show was doing that based on Malozzi's responses online. And it makes me look over at the Amazon announcement, where Amazon said, oh, they were concerned about whether or not it's going to have broad appeal beyond the franchise's already dedicated fan base. And it brings me more to what I think they probably meant, is that not that it was overly focused on the fan base, but that Stargate as a show, based on what these creators were ultimately going to do with it, was not going to be a huge mass market science fiction franchise a la Star Wars. That's what they kind of wanted. That's what I presume Amazon wanted to bring back Stargate for, was to have a Star Wars or Star Trek style of show. And to me, and I think this is kind of the problem with what Star Trek kind of fell into too, as much as, again, I enjoyed a lot of modern Star Trek stuff. I think one of the major problems that Star Trek fell into was attempting to be for a very broad audience. You had something like Section 31, the movie, which became just a generic action movie with not really any of the Star Trek ethos involved in it, because, as stated by the creators involved in that movie, they wanted to try to get more people into Star Trek, but it's like just removing the Star Trek of something to get people into the brand. What's the point? You're not making a Star Trek brand. And so I look at what Amazon's probably saying here, and what they probably want is a big blockbuster action franchise, which is not what the Stargate TV shows. I want to be very specific about that. The TV shows ever were. The Stargate original movie certainly was, but the show was. The shows were never that. They were a more niche franchise, and I think that's good and fine and great actually. Star Trek was also this too. Like Star Trek was a bigger science fiction franchise, but has always sort of been in that middle ground between Star Wars and some even lesser known franchises, where it's like Star Trek's always been big and influential, but is outside of Next Generation, it's never been the most mainstream science fiction property. Stargate even less so than that, outside of the original film, and the shows were very much like a niche science fiction product, and I think that's good and fine and actually great. Actually, we need more science fiction shows like that aren't trying to be necessarily for everyone, because then they're for nobody. But being for like a specific type of person who would get into a show like this. And not just the original fan base, but like new potential science fiction fans. Speaking to new generations of folks, so new people who have not encountered these things. I look at what's happening in Hollywood right now in the box office. Star Wars, Mandalorian, and Grogu not really doing well in the box office compared to movies by these YouTubers like Obsession and Backrooms, both of which I thought were phenomenal movies. have seen both of them. I think Obsession's a little better than Backfront, but that's neither here nor there. Both are really good movies, and they're doing really good at the box office. Not just, I think, for the generational shift, though. I think that is a big thing with the leading box office of the younger generation sort of leading the box office right now. But also because they're fresh things with people who have creative visions behind them. Rather than ending up trying to regurgitate the past over and over again. It's kind of even a theme of what Backfront the movie is kind of about. So, I think if you want to keep these franchises going, that's what you kind of need to do. Bring new people into that. Again, Starfleet Academy, I mean, was an attempt to do that. Whether you liked it or not, I did personally, but I think that was an attempt to bring in new fans into the franchise. And I think that was a smart move. Heaven help us if people of color on our show. Dear fucking God. But yes, so that's sort of like why I'm frustrated by this news about the Stargate show being canceled. Because just based on the statements from Joe, the ethos seems to be in the right place. Whether or not that would have turned out to be the case, who knows? We will maybe never know at this point. But certainly as a fan of Stargate, it is sad and disappointing to see, but also I think it's a missed opportunity front, and also sad that it may not bring new people into Stargate, and what Amazon may do if they do anything with the Stargate franchise at this point is just trying to do mass market broad appeal science fiction, which just kind of ruins the texture and flavor of Stargate. Every science fiction thing seems to get more and more homogenized as time goes on, to the point of like, what is even the character of this franchise anymore? And that's disappointing to see, and I think where we're starting to see hope is in just fresh new ideas, which I think is good. I think that's a good thing, that we're starting to see more low-budget, new, fresh ideas and takes. But, as someone who grew up on these things, part of me is like, I would like to see a new generation get into them. It's why Star Trek has lasted so long. The Next Generation, I think, was a great example of this. I think, talking about, reboot Star Trek Next Generation, show that's like, hey, we're in the same canon, we're going to do an episode or two acknowledging that, like, McCoy's there, we reference an old episode of the original series in episode 2, The Naked Now, and then after that, we barely reference the original series at all, outside of having a few characters pop in as cameos in an episode or two as the series moves on in later seasons. And I think that's a perfect example of how to do something like this, and it's why Star Trek became such a big franchise in the 90s and all the way into the 2000s. And I think this Stargate had potential to do that, which is just sad. All that having been said, there is something that I do wish to say. If I don't say it, I don't know if anyone will. I especially think it needs to be said in the face of the fact that there has been a starting of a kind of grassroots fandom campaign to try to get Amazon to restart work on this show. One that had been promoted by some of the cast and crew involved in the show, like Michael Shanks, who played Daniel Jackson in the original show, has been sort of very vocal about saying, hey, you should speak out to Amazon right now if you want something to continue. And the thing that I need to acknowledge within that is the fact that Michael Shanks specifically has been retweeting and sharing videos and content and news articles from sides of the internet that are involved in toxic fandom. For example, he has been sharing stuff from Fandom Pulse, which I think is run by another guy who's also been sharing, John Del Oz, who is a YouTuber and Twitter provocateur, I guess we will call him, who constantly has very toxic takes, very anti-gay, homophobic takes, and is just generally involved in toxic fandom, very much harassing members of Star Trek Academy crew, in particular like Robert Picardo, for a decent amount of time, has even come after me a few times. He also has a court case where he allegedly hit his wife, and he has also been recently, and I mean within the past few months, been promoting actor Vic Mignogna, who is a voice actor and actor who has appeared in multiple things, including Star Trek fan films like Star Trek Continues, but also things like Naruto, and Sonic the Hedgehog shows, and things for Rooster Teeth, and who also had his career crumbled for very credible allegations of sexual harassment that have come out of him. So John just generally not a great guy, and certainly in the anti-reactionary, toxic, save the culture from the woke area of fandom. It's also worth noting that Joe Mazzoli has also been known to share some of this guy's tweets. And also, Michael Shanks has been sharing stuff from YouTuber Disparu, who is another very toxic YouTuber who has sort of been involved in the hyperbolic online discourse, ranting about SJWs still in 2026. We're in 2026 and someone still rants about SJWs on their channel. It's woke now, my friend. And I'm not going to necessarily condemn anyone for sharing the tweets of somebody they may or may not know. Retweeting someone does not necessarily equal endorsement, but it does tend to show whose circles you're in and what issues you are willing to look past or not notice because of your status or privilege or just what you care about. And it can be telling because just one look at this guy's YouTube channel for like 2 seconds will tell you the type of content that he makes. And this is something that I've seen many science fiction producers, especially science fiction producers who have a background in the science fiction from the 90s, utilize to try to get their fandoms off the ground. And it's very frustrating because it seems to be catering to that mindset of like the 90s dude bro science fiction nerd who's like, look, this is a boys, centered thing, and you want like the, elder millennial Gen X sort of folks, to come on board with our science fiction show and kind of erasing the fact that people like myself, queer folks and women and young folks were involved in these fandoms even back in the day and still now. And also ignoring the toxic elements of these fandoms because it kind of serves them to be able to like showcase like, look, we have a fandom behind us. And it ostracizes people like me who want to support projects like this, being like, I'm not sitting in the same room as these assholes who harass me all the damn time. And people like me all the damn time out of fandoms and shows that center characters about us. I've seen other science fiction producers, fuck it, I will just say it, but you have folks like Terry Matalas, who's showrunner of Star Trek Picard Season 3, utilize that same fandom after Season 3 ended to try to get a push for his Star Trek Legacy show that he wanted off the ground. Which was really upsetting because, look, I'm going to be careful with my words here. I already know Director Will Wilson. He was nice to me when we spoke and talked to me, and he certainly respected that I was also a big fan of the show. And I don't necessarily think there's overt like anti-trans bigotry or anything like that. But there is a willful ignorance on the part of him and other producers like him, like I see maybe from the creatives here involved in the Stargate show, to the fact that like there are toxic elements of these fandoms that they are catering to by going on interviews, talking to them, promoting them, that ostracize and attack and are very harassing towards people like me and other marginalized within the fandom. And have always been a very big part, an important part of fandoms. Like Star Trek itself only began, got saved in the 60s because women led like Bijo Trimple or many of the queer fanzines led by queer women and women generally and gay folks helped to try to get Star Trek renewed, kept the convention culture alive, and eventually got the Star Trek movie made by having a fandom push. And they were a big part of that fandom, keeping it alive during the fallow period. And same here with something like Stargate. But now you're only catering to the sort of more toxic elements because they reflect a person that looks like you. Maybe not all of your political values, but certainly looks like you. And then I also looked at the announcement of the new Stargate show. And again, no shade at any of these showrunners. They were influential in my childhood, so I love them very much in terms of what they've given me and what I hope they will continue to give me with the Stargate show. But it is like three white dudes of a certain age. One would hope that they would diversify that writer's room and add more voices and more perspectives. But it signals to me, like as we are currently seeing the attack on any level of inclusion and diversity in Hollywood storytelling, to see the TV sort of doubling down on that. And it's frustrating to kind of see that when these people, and then these people sort of weaponize inside of the fandom to sort of gain support for their works. And we've also seen that it has not really worked in the case of something like Star Trek Legacy. Voices are very toxic and end up, leading to very milquetoast products, like something like The Rise of Skywalker, which was very much in response to a lot of voices. I want to sit here and be like, fuck yeah. Like, make your voices heard, go out and scream to the heavens like Amazon, make this Stargate show seems exactly like what I want. But if you're going to be promoting these more toxic elements, it makes it a little bit harder for me to be able to do that because not only does it put me in a like weird place alongside these folks that I think are very detrimental to this space on YouTube and sci-fi fandom generally speaking, but also makes me wonder, all right, well, is this the audience that you would be catering to with the show? I look at as much as I love the Stargate franchise, like take a look at how it treated Samantha Carter, especially in the early seasons of the show, and you're like, the way they treat women on the show is not perfect.
And just because my reproductive organs are on the inside instead of the outside, doesn't mean I can't handle whatever you can handle.
And not great. I would hope would have an evolved sensibility for 2026, but as we continue to go on to a more conservative culture, I wonder if that would be the case. And it's something I've seen in other science shows that have been made recently. More stereotypical roles for women. So it's one of those frustrating things. I want to sit here and be like, yeah, let's champion this show. I'm excited for it. I think it has a great mindset on its shoulders for what a franchise piece of media can and should do to stay fresh and yet still hold on to its character, while not sort of going for mass market appeal that sort of strips it of its original meaning and identity. But when you put that alongside sort of these top elements, it sort of makes me go, like, I don't know if I can. And that sucks. It really does suck. So where I'm at right now on this is like, I am really sad to see this news, and really sad to see that the Stargate franchise either may be dead or maybe become something more mass market if Amazon keeps going forward with it. And I would want this show. But if you want me to champion it, I just hope that these writers would not necessarily going out and I would like it to a degree, but like not necessarily going out and hey, talk about all the politics in the world, but like make firm where you hold the line on certain things and what your show stand by the ethos of what Stargate and many science fiction shows have been about exploring and learning more and pushing back against conservative ethos. Like Stargate itself was very much anti-authoritarian, especially in its final 2 seasons. I think some of Stargate Issue-1's best seasons. Anti-Catholic, like the institution of Catholicism, not necessarily a religion. So it has been willing to criticize these institutions, but also has had many of its fair problems, like the original series, like the Goa'uld were also sort of like exoticizing, playing in that sort of like aliens were the ones that helped the Egyptians build the pyramids, which is core to the show, but certainly something that could be updated. Anyways, those are my thoughts on the franchise. I'm certain I will get some fun nastiness from certain segments of the fandom for this video, but need to be said. But at the end of the day, I do want to support the show. I'm excited for Stargate show to come back. But not at the sacrifice of the core values of it in any sense, either to corporatism or to toxic conservative culture. I'd love to hear all your thoughts down below, and I hope you all, my friends, live long and prosper. I'm going to sit here and play more with my Stargate.
Okay, here's your glass. Now we gotta make our piston. Wood on top. Okay. Cobblestone. Okay. No, this is a redstone engine. One, two. All right. Hmm. Okay. Here. Maybe this would work. Okay. Oh, I need to get this one. Can I use it for something? Drink. Yeah, it's still plugged in. Mm. Okay. Okay. Ugh. Isn't this working? Oh, look. It's working, but there's nothing to pull out. See how it turned green? Okay. So let's put in... this. Where are my boards? Right here. So let's do the gold. And hotel. All right. Oh. Okay. Will be your first machine. Do I have enough wood? Yes, I can produce this. So... Six. Okay. Looks like that's not how you do it. Close. Okay, here we go. MJ Power System. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay, so the Redstone engine will produce power. Okay. So we're going to start with that. I remember those being really expensive for me. Thermodynamics. Yeah, we're not going to be able to make that. I can't get blaze powder. Okay. Ugh. because we want to make a wrench. Okay. Okay. So it doesn't need that. Mm. Okay. Bone gear. So let's make some pumps. Okay, so we want a facility to hold the water. I'm thinking right here. So let's get some. description. There's no doors here, so it's not going to do anything. But there will be. Okay. Yeah, so totally forgot. This has gotten there yet. Ears. Stone gear, wooden gear. I don't think you have to cook it. think it just hurt itself because it fell. Okay. Wow. So we'll build it here.
You have no choice. You know, it means a lot because there was a lot of work. So having your what? Do you want to touch? Oh, excuse me. Thank you so much. Oh, such a people. Yeah. You did a lot of work. Take it down.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Where does it go?
Oh, it's going back into a workshop.
Here?
Yeah, because we need to make it spin.
Obviously. It doesn't spin yet. So it's going back into the workshop and we're going to be working on it. It was created by Quentin, so he's the one leading the charge on that front, and it's going to be great.
They had a lot of trouble, you know, right? Yes, yeah. They had so many problems getting that to spin. But we will make it. Yeah. Getting it to stop, that's a problem.
Good. We'll come to you for advice.
Well, super jack, you guys. Thank you. Do it again sometime?
Yeah, definitely. Next.
So after I left yesterday, you guys hey, this is tell me what happened.
Yeah, if you were at the end of the first part, something the gates. No, it's down.
It's down now.
But it was really the last time we
had the opportunity to see Richard Nelson, and he saw him leaving actually, and Ian went to him just asked him.
All right.
Come here. Yeah, come here, please. And I'm pretty sure he wanted to see us and spend some time with us. Chance. He was so hard.
Hours, autographs. But I mean, so he came over and what did you do? Did you guys do something special?
Yeah, actually, we were about to get his team signing one of the gates. So no,
It doesn't need that. It needs gear.
with the gate for a while.
He's with it forever. He's in it.
Yeah.
He's in the start.
Part of this.
Wow.
So yeah, it was very nice. He had a few nice words for us.
Yeah, he's the fact that he comes to these things in his mid-80s, he's mid-70s, not mid-80s, sorry. And he engages as much as he does with fandom. It's just something so special. So the fact that you guys got to add his signature on the inside of one of the chevrons is that's the other actors are going to be amazing. The other chance to do other chevrons.
Yeah,
Maybe start something.
It would be so good to have all the main ones.
But MacGyver, though, is the name of the club.
Exactly.
Do you feel like the event achieved everything you wanted it to achieve? Is there a part of you that's now like, okay, that's a big hurdle that I've overcome. It's going to be hard to duplicate that level of satisfaction from a specific event.
I think I'm always satisfied by an event when I see people.
Good. It's reconnected. Oh, drink your tea. What is a verified signature?
And when you work so hard for so long and you know it will take time, having people telling you every other day, oh, I hope it's finished soon, it's pretty hard. So seeing now that people are interested by it, but us also how we did it, yeah, it's a really nice feeling, and I'm not sure we will be able to have this opportunity
Oh shit.
to show everything.
I need to go back.
Really? You're not going to bring all the parts and everything else to show?
I don't know. It really depends on the events. I'm not sure every event will want to have.
Oh, got two of them here.
Next time.
So, after I left yesterday, you guys were paid a visit. Tell me what happened.
I think we were at the end of the first part of the assembling gates. Yeah, exactly. No, it's down.
It's down now.
But it was really the last time we had an opportunity to see Richard Edmondson, and we saw him leaving actually, and Ian went to him just asking him, come here.
Yeah.
Come here, please. And I was like, I'm pretty sure he wanted to see us and spend some time with us. Chance. He worked so hard.
I know. Hours.
Yeah.
Photographs. But I mean, so he came over and what did you do? Did you guys have something special?
Yeah, actually, we were able to get him signing one of the gates. So now he's with the gate forever.
He's with her. He's in it.
Yeah,
he's in the start, man.
Part of this.
Wow.
So yeah, it was very nice. He had a few nice words for us.
Yeah, he's the fact that he comes to these things in his mid-80s, he's mid-70s? Not 80s, sorry. And engages as much as he does with fandom is just something so special. So the fact that you guys got to add his signature on the inside of one of these chevrons is...
There's 9 of them.
That's... The other actors are going to be amazing if you have a chance to do other chevrons.
You may have started something. It would be so good to have all the main ones,
but MacGyver, is... I mean, it's the name of the club.
Exactly.
Do you feel like the event achieved everything you wanted it to achieve? Is there a part of you that's now like, okay, that's a big hurdle that I've overcome. It's going to be hard to duplicate that level of satisfaction from a specific event.
I think I'm always satisfied by an event when I see people sharing with us the love we had for the project. And it's amazing how much people were interested in making love. It was really a bet. Will we like it or will we just go directly to the gate without minding anything about how it was made? For a long time, people were always talking about the project like I hope it's finished soon. Right? And when you work so hard for so long, and you know it will take time, having people telling you every other day, oh, I hope it's finished soon, it's pretty hard. So seeing now that people are interested by it, but also how we did it, yeah, it's a really nice feeling. And I'm not sure we will be able to have this opportunity again to show everything.
Really? You're not going to bring all the parts and everything else to show?
I don't know. It really depends on the event.
Oh God!
Everyone will be will want to have anything up with it. You know, it's possible. I also have like a talk ready for like 1 hour, which is mainly the same things we did for the different interviews, explaining.
We're going to see that
all
in a
of
couple
the
weeks. This is going to be amazing.
Yeah. So yeah, I have a lot of things I want to show, but it's not always possible. And I'm not sure at that scale that is happening.
Wow, it was cool that we got to see it here, and that folks on Dalvik and on YouTube will be able to have a better look at everything that went into this thing. So I'm glad you did it once.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the reaction everywhere on the channel, because I know a lot of you are following us, have been following us for a long time. Really long time. A lot of people are saying, I'm here from the beginning, and I keep hearing this. Like they stayed. That's amazing. And I know
It's amazing.
And
it's reciprocal, you know?
Yeah.
You guys are creating something really extraordinary, and people are going to hopefully get to experience it for many years to come. So awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
It was amazing.
These nostalgia channels, they're so awful because basically what they're doing is they're just pulling any kind of nostalgic dopamine shot that they can grab from anybody in the entire spectrum of content creation. These people know how to exploit it, and they know how to manufacture it, but not from their own material. Just from pulling it from other people. It's pretty disgusting. If these videos actually gave credit where credit's due, on say Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok, you've probably seen my face before, but those pages are not authorized by me. In fact, what many of these nostalgia farmers do is steal my content. I have realized over the years that my content, and specifically the footage that my dad shot when I was growing up back in the late 80s and early 90s, my footage has been taken without my permission and plastered over hundreds of these nostalgia-driven content farming pages. These pages, they don't do any research, they don't care at all about where the content originally came from. They're just out to steal other people's uploads and post them as their own, or at least just profit from them. I believe that my dad's old home movie clips have been seen by over 100 million viewers if you combine all of these uploads together. I'm not a fan of this. And I really don't know what to do about it. It's gotten to the point, guys, where every week I get a message from one of you guys watching, alerting me of the fact that somebody has again stolen my content.
What do you think this is?
I've taken to social media myself, calling these people out, And the more I report these pages, the more I bring attention to this problem, the more it keeps happening. It doesn't stop. Before I can even talk to a human being behind the computer screen, the videos that these people are uploading have accumulated millions of views. Now, when I started this channel, I did it because I wanted an outlet for content creation, for filmmaking, and to share documentary retrospectives on not just the video game industry, but my family, and specifically my dad. He filmed so many incredible moments of gaming with my family over the years, growing up in the 90s, so many different console launches and incredible events in gaming history were captured on tape by Dad, and I wanted to share those moments with others.
So there you have it. Japanese American box covers just like this in white, with a white background like that, similar. Well, time to keep playing.
When I first started making these videos and sharing this footage with all of you, I wanted it to be special. I wanted it to come from the heart, and above all, I wanted it to be able to be consumed in a way that could almost feel like a documentary film and stand on its own, not as some sort of content farm, doom scrolling, digested in a couple of seconds, terrible video on TikTok. That is not what I set out to do with this channel. I have always been about sharing my heart and sharing my family story with video games and how video games impacted us. It goes beyond just gaming.
You're the best.
Consuming the content in this way, in this manner, just flipping on your phone, and people discovering it in the millions from unauthorized uploaders, people that are content farmers who really have no heart behind anything they're doing. They're just stealing other people's content and putting it out there and profiting off of it. It's really sad to me in a lot of ways because so many of these people, almost all of these content farmers, these thieves, they don't credit my retro life. They don't credit my channel here and lead people back to the more fleshed out full story and long form videos. There are millions of people discovering my dad's old home videos, and they have no idea of the broader story. They have no concept of what my retro life actually is. If these videos actually gave credit where credit's due and were tagged properly, leading people to this channel, my retro life would probably have over 100,000 more subscribers, if not more. These nostalgia channels they're so awful because basically what they're doing is they're just pulling any kind of nostalgic dopamine shot that they can grab from anybody in the entire spectrum of content creation. If it pulls on your heartstrings just a little bit, if it makes you remember the old days and just kind of have that feeling, that warm, fuzzy feeling inside, these people know how to exploit it, and they know how to manufacture it, but not from their own material. Just from pulling it from other people. It's pretty disgusting. It's pretty disgusting in a way. And what's really disgusting is that these are my family's home videos. These came from my private collection, and sure, I put them out on the internet, but the story and the context of these videos should only be told through my voice. It should only be told through my channel and my heart. Take this clip, for instance. That is a lot of likes, guys. That equals out to be millions of views. And I'm sure that the millions of people that watch this while they were doom scrolling, they would be interested to know where it came from And hear the longer story, more fleshed out story with production values and documentary storytelling, rather than funneling these audiences to my channel to see the full videos, to see the heart behind it, to understand the man behind it, my dad, and his life and his legacy. Instead, my content is just turning into this sort of distilled, homogenized nostalgia bait. Like it's all that it is for a lot of these people viewing this stuff across the different social media platforms. And it's so much more than that. It really irks me to think about all of the potential growth that this channel can have or could have had if these content thieves would actually give credit where credit's due and properly tag and link these videos that they're stealing from me back to my Retro Life page. I can tell you guys, my dad would be so mad about this sort of thing happening. He was a no-nonsense, hot-blooded New York Italian. Like, my dad did not take crap from anybody. If his home video footage and thus his recordings were being pirated like this and put around and spread across the internet with no credit given, he'd be doing everything he could to try to either get them taken down or let the world know that this is his stuff. Here's a user on TikTok that his entire page is made up of my content. This is by far like the worst offender. He's literally taking my videos, my edited videos that I put out with the family footage, and he's just chopping them up into different TikTok reels that he posts every time I put out a new video. He's just banking on everything I create. And this guy's really disgusting. He's taking my home videos that my dad shot and putting his watermark on top of them, right in the middle, as if they're his. Who does something like this? I'll tell you who. A thief. I've tried contacting these companies. I've tried contacting and reporting whenever there's theft, whenever there's content theft, and nothing comes of it. There's been a lot of you, when I brought it to y'all's attention, who have reported on my behalf these people, and nothing comes of it. And it's getting really frustrating. When I first started putting out these videos, I wanted people to enjoy them without this awful watermark on the video. And maybe that was my fatal flaw here. Maybe I should have had watermarks on them from the beginning, and then everybody would at least know. But it would have compromised what I was trying to do. I was trying to make my own documentary films based on my life and the home videos that my dad recorded in my youth. I wanted this channel and the content to be something that came from my heart, and that was also a part of my artistic expression. I have a film background. I am a filmmaker. This is something I wanted to stand on its own. When you watch a documentary in the theaters or on TV, there's not this giant watermark on the footage. No, because that takes away from the experience. It takes you out of the viewing experience. A lot of the storytelling and the way I make these videos, I'm trying to bring you guys back with me to a time and to a place. And if you put this giant watermark on the footage, that's going to immediately take you out of the experience. You're no longer going to feel as connected because you're going to see this watermark. One of the major rules of filmmaking is you never want the audience to notice that it's a film. You want people to lose themselves in the product. And the second somebody sees this watermark, they're gonna just, it's gonna be a disconnect. They're gonna get disconnected from the storytelling, from the moment. Honestly, I don't even know really what this video is going to accomplish, but I just wanted to let you guys know that this is happening. It was more, this video is more about me ranting about the situation, and thank you for letting me rant, because this really does bother me. And perhaps even making this video is just going to make these thieves and these content farmers, these nostalgia baiters, you know, maybe it's just going to make them do it all the more, but at least my audience, you guys, the incredible followers and fans of my retro life, at least you all know now, when you come across these videos scattered on the internet, you know, just random social media pages, nostalgia pages, it's not from me if it doesn't say my retro life. And maybe now that more of you know about this situation, maybe more people can comment on those videos when they see them and immediately say, hey, this is my retro life stuff. This is stuff that Tyler's dad recorded when he was a kid.
Hey Tyler, are these all your games?
You need to go check out my retro life page.
It's enough to make grown man cry.
Maybe more and more people will discover this channel. Maybe more and more people will discover my dad. The man for which this channel would not even be a thing if it weren't for what he did all those years ago. Sometimes when I see the content on these pages, these nostalgia pages, and I see that they've gotten millions of views, it actually kind of brings a smile on my face, as much as I'm upset that they stole it from me. There's another part of me that actually kind of smiles and is kind of happy that millions more people have just gotten a little glimpse of dad. You know, they've experienced a little bit of the man, who he was, even for that short minute to 2 minutes. They heard his voice, they heard him crack a joke, they saw his footage, and they saw that moment captured in time that's so special to me, that I cherish so much. And there's that part of me that is like, well, even though people don't know the My Retro Life channel, and they don't know the bigger story, at least they got to experience Dad on that level, at least impacting lives in some way. That's always been the biggest takeaway for me, is that I get to share him with others, and so many people, millions of people, millions upon millions of people. It's crazy to me to think that Dad is still impacting lives. Well, guys, thank you so much for watching this video, just hearing my heart about the situation, about content theft, this content nostalgia farming that's just running rampant. There are these pages and channels that are stealing my content left and right, and just posting it and not giving any credit to my retro life. It is crazy to think that even though, you know, we're at 190,000 subscribers and getting closer and closer every day to that 200,000 subscriber milestone, it is crazy to me to think that there are so many more, millions, that have been impacted by Dad's old home video footage, even if it didn't come from the authorized source. If this is your first time to the channel, please consider subscribing. I love talking about my Game Crazy family and all the amazing adventures we had with video games. So many of which were caught on tape by Dad, and it's one of the greatest joys of my life that I get to share Dad with you, share this footage with so many people. And so if you see the footage out there in the ether floating around the internet, if it doesn't say my retro life on it, it's not from me. Please let the people watching know where they can find the source. Big shout out to all my subscribers and all of my patrons. Thank you so much for the support you give to this channel. It means the world to me and my family to get to do what I hope you guys have a really awesome rest of the week. Thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you next time.
Hey. So I'm thinking I'll put 2 here. And 2 here. Okay. Okay. Well, the early formula all right, pump. Okay. The thing is, we don't have to. Ugh. Okay. Okay, so let's upgrade it. We actually have some glowstone dust. Have a couple buckets. Okay. All right. You have a cactus farm. Okay. And we'll keep this door. This is our access to our cactus farm. Okay. So the bucket goes in the bottom. Okay. So I need 4 iron gears. So where's the cobblestone? Not enough. I guess I used it. Hooroo. Okay. Mm. Okay. Looks like it does need to be stone. Okay. No. That's still the cobblestone. Stone gear. Iron gear. One, two, three, four. Going on the sides. No, iron. Iron up here. Iron. Iron. What goes on the sides? Oh, tanks. Okay. So, redstone. Got our buckets. Hey. Okay. Another possibility is geothermal. We could make that. But that would be... Okay, we can make glass. It's gonna take a little while. Okay, let's get some wood. No, let's get more glass. Okay. We might need it. Just put it in and let it run. Maybe this. Industrial diamond. Ha. Okay. Okay. Good. I have seeds. Nope. What is fireproof? Oh, this is you know? It's the same village. Alright, waypoints. Okay, we have our enchantment table. We should have enough to create our tanks. No, we don't. Alright, let's go back to what we were working on. Now we do. So 8. Well, we need to create. We need a full stack. Okay, we got it back. Alright, I have enough that I can create the tanks. One. Okay, now we can create our pumps. Iron. More? We won't be creating it anymore. We won't need to create any more tanks, pumps for a while. Okay. So we have 2 pumps. Okay. Yes, that's correct. And then